And we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company, and you are listening to or watching Let's Talk About Seamoss. And yeah, um, we're here to talk about Seamoss, and let's give it a couple minutes for some people to get into the room. Start. There's no set topic today. So, anybody has any questions about CMOS right now, and I mean any questions, even if we've answered the questions before, I'm open to answering them again. I'm gonna take the clubhouse, start the clubhouse room, in case anybody wants to join us on that. I actually didn't take the time earlier to set it up, so I apologize for that. But I am just gonna start the room now. Open. Hang on, let me plan it in. Let's talk about Seamoss. Dude. Hey, what's up, Tata? I'm gonna put the link actually quickly in case you guys want to join in. Hey, what's up, John? Guys, John, I'd love it if you could come in on the link and join us for a talk about CMOS. John is from Gold Care CB. I know they do CBD, but they're also getting into the gels and stuff. And yeah, just let me set this club up. Maybe today, and what's 9:30? That's fine, but I gotta make sure that the replays are on. Discussion about CMOS. Now I'll just start the room. Boom. So yeah, thanks for joining. Like I was saying before, I didn't have any set things to talk about, and but actually there was a couple things. One, I wanted to replay my experiences again with the breathing session, the breath work that I did, because I had such a unique experience with that breath work that I can't stop thinking about it and realizing that I got to make sure that I incorporate it in in as going forward for 2022. Oh, and that's another thing. Happy New Year's, everybody. Come in here, dog. And John, you said that the CMOS gel is good for you. Nice, good to hear that. So yeah, as I was saying, I've been doing this breath work with this lady. I'm gonna bring up her name, Rita Savoya. Savoya, I think that's it. Yeah, and this girl, Rita Savoya. Yes, thank you. Happy New Year, Tata. Rita Savoya. She does this breath work, um, and I don't know if anybody's ever heard of breath work before, but um, it's like this series of breathing. Uh, I don't know how to say it. It's like you go through these it's almost like when you're doing yoga, you have these like stages. You know, they go to the sun salutations. You go through. It's sort of like that, but with breathing. And so you start with this really slow, and then it gets like faster, just to the end where you're just like, and then you hold your breath, right? And okay, come back in a while, Theta. Yes. Um, you hold your breath, and as you hold your breath, you feel your whole head just swell out, like, "Whoa," and like you think your head's gonna pop off, and then you release it out, and you let all this energy out and stuff, and the experience for me so far is that immediately I got sick, and I don't really get sick that often, right? And I've never I felt really like weak, and I had like a real hungover, like someone just kind of fucking gave me a fucking you know shot in the head, and I was like that for like the first day, and then the next day I woke up and I was just like the mucus and everything was just I was blowing it out of my nose. It was just everything was just coming out of my body, and I felt like it was like my body was going through this cleanse, like all this weight that I had with me was just being just purged out of my body and stuff like that. And I woke up the next day feeling amazing, like it was just like a brand new me. I was like, whoa, what happened? And yeah, and since then I felt really like my mind was clear. And then during the time, right, when you're doing it, you set these intentions of what you want to come out of it. There was like things that like I basically my intention was to overcome certain creative roadblocks that I was having, and it's like the ideas, whereas before the plans and stuff of what I wanted to do was hard to sort of formulate them. It's like now I'm just like, oh yeah, this boom 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 boom, we're gonna do like this, and this is how it's gonna look, and yeah, and I really feel a lot of that had to do with the breath work and the experiences that I went through. Because even when I was doing it, like I was like crying and like all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? Just like I felt like I was floating at one point. Another point, I felt like the pressure was pushing me into the ground. Like I was like I couldn't like a G force kind of thing. Yeah, it was really cool. And this is all through the breath work. Oh, this guy's back. At least this guy's come early. I add him to the blacklist every time he comes back. Maybe I gotta add him first, block him first, and then do it. Anyways, he's gone. So yeah, let me know if anybody has had any experience or any questions about the breath work. Um, it was a really fun experience, and I would even like consider trying to organize something with us as a group to take it so that people can try it, you know, because I felt that it was definitely a good, um, I'm going to do it on a regular basis. It's not going to be my only time doing it, you know. She also has like a YouTube page, and I recommend. I'm going to share it right now. I recommend. Where did I do it? So I did it in my bedroom. So I just we all did it on a Zoom call. I think she's currently in Mexico, and so let me share the screen. One of the cool things is that she works. One of her focuses that I've learned from talking to her is that she is focusing, or at least becoming experienced in helping women with their pre um, premenopausal stage. And so what I learned after talking with her is that there's not just uh, like menopause, but there's actually a stage pre to menopause. And so, just before going into that stage, you can get into a lot of how would I put it? I don't know. You just need to have your health in a certain balance and stuff, so your hormones made in better check, and so that you can go into the transition of menopause in a more comfortable and like a lot of women. I've seen it like being around friends with women. You know, it's a huge up and down experience with them where they're going through a lot of feelings and they don't know how to deal with it. You know what I mean? And so having someone like her who can help you guide it and minimize your mood swings and stuff can, I think, really help women, going through that kind of stage in their life. So she's definitely someone to check out, but she also does yoga and she's a lot of inspirational stuff in her videos and stuff like that. She's talking about, you know, how to stop reacting to stress and you know paying attention to your inner voice and stuff like that. So yeah, go check her out and reach out to her, let her know you heard about her from me, and ask her about the breath work. I think it's something that everybody should at least try and see if it's for them. I know that to me, the experience I had was beyond. It was like similar to my experience of trying Seamoss for the first time. So I'm curious to see like how far I can take my mind and my body using breath work. You know, yeah. So give me 1 second, guy. I'm gonna grab a little bit of water. I'm feeling a little parched today. One of these days, I'm gonna have an assistant who will just come and bring the water for me. I won't have to deal with this. Okay. So yeah, it's happy New Year, 2022. Pretty awesome. Can't believe this is a year has gone by. This year has gone by pretty quickly. I know everybody says that every year, but I felt like, yeah, it's like before you knew it. You know what I mean? It was like there was a little bit of dull. Summer was short. It didn't feel like summer was summer, and yeah, and here we are. So I mean, I'm excited about this new year. I have a few ideas. A lot of it I'm kind of keeping it in the thing. Oh, hey, what's up, Deshaun? Hold on. Let me invite you here. Hey, what's going on? Not much, not much. Just rambling. You know what I mean? Making conversation while I figure out something interesting to talk about. I was just talking about the breath work. And I know. I wanted to catch you on that. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Oh yeah, I wanted to hear what was your like, because I did one 10-minute um, breath work, and I felt a little bit of tingling sensations in my hands and my feet and my mind a little bit, but I'm thinking that I didn't take it to that next level where you really exaggerate your breathing to the point that you was feeling. You know what I'm saying? Dude, it was crazy. Yeah. Yeah. And like I was saying earlier in the video, like I went through like almost like a total cleanse. Like I was blowing snot and all this mucus out of my nose, where it was just like, where is this coming from? You know what I mean? And it was like my nose would be clear, and I just, and all of a sudden this gut came out. I was like, what? Like holy shit! And just coughing things up, and so and but when I was doing it, it was like my body was floating, energy, like it was crazy, tingling, like you saying. Every point before we were finishing, it felt like the my head was going to explode. You know what I mean?
Which one are you watching?
Huh?
Which one are you watching?
Oh, to do it?
Yeah.
So I actually like have a friend, a girl, a female I know that a friend I know that is I don't know why it may not matters if it's a female, it doesn't. Um, but I have a friend who that's what she does. She does the session. So she had like a complimentary session, but I think her group sessions are normally like $30, and
Mm-hmm.
and it's like for an hour and a half it runs. So there's a first half hour, 20 minutes where, it's like introduction, hey, what's going on? And you stand up and you do a lot of this jumping around and stuff like that, right? And then she has you kind of lie down and then you start breathing, and you're doing slow deep breathing first, getting into like a really relaxed state, and then she runs you, I think it's through like 5 or 7 times of these series of breathing, where it starts the deep shallow breathing to like high super like in and out breathing, until you're taking like a huge inhale and just holding it, and it's like you feel like it's crazy when it does that. It's like you could feel the pressure in your body just change, and then it's
Mm-hmm.
like it's and slowly goes from your bottom all the way up to your head, and then she's telling you to hold it, and you're just kind of like, fuck, my head's gonna like, I feel like things gonna go you know what I mean? And then you
Yeah.
gotta let it out, and you gotta let out this like noise where you go
Mm-hmm.
it's fucking crazy. I'll say this: you definitely have to let go, like let go of everything, let go of what you're doing. Don't think of like you know what I mean. Like you gotta get in the moment, and it's good that they do it where you're blindfolded, because I think if you had to watch everybody else, you know what I mean, you would have you know
Right.
yeah.
You'll be like almost like worried about what you gonna look like and stuff like that.
Yes, yeah. You'd start watching around, and you know what I mean, and it wouldn't be the same, I think, experience. So yeah.
So I think I heard something that says one. It's almost like you saying the breath work, but someone also called it like fire breath
Yes.
as well. And they were saying that once you get to that point where you're feeling it inside your in your head, it's almost like you're decalcifying your pineal gland or something like that. You're activating like certain type of crystals that everyone has to make you like something like that. You ever heard? Did she mention anything like that or not?
Not that I remember, although she might have, and I just, sometimes you're listening and you're not listening.
Mm-hmm.
But I know this. Like now that you've brought it up, I could see that happening. Like your head almost, it feels like all the blood rushes to your head.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And you're highly oxygenated and stuff like that. And so I'm sure whatever is like sort of like it just like my head feels so clean and clear now compared to what it did like 2 weeks ago. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
for sure. Like this was better than any sort of vitamin pill, anything I took. Like it was like a complete shit. Like I felt like shit for the first day. You know what I mean? But like hey, what's up, Todd? I after a while, the next day especially, I felt amazing. And I think it's just like I needed to purge a lot of the shit that I was doing, you know what I mean? In in the last few months.
Right.
Yeah. Because that's like, I don't know, I'll be honest, I'm not the most, not to say the most healthiest guy, but like I'm not trying to be. You know what I mean? Like I'm not one of those guys that is like, this is who I am. Like I like eating fried chicken, and I like drinking beer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pretend that I'm some health guy just to sell people CMOS. I have good CMOS. If you want to buy it, you can buy it. If not, you know what I mean? So, but I get a lot of shit from people that are other people that are selling CMOS that think that don't deserve a space because I'm not. And I been toying with the possibility. I think this New Year's that I'm going to really sort of like start doing the stuff that they're doing, and then that way they don't have something to say about it. You know.
I think that you're on the right track, and nothing happens overnight. This is your journey. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Everybody's on their own journey. You know, and you can't force nobody if they're not ready. That's what I learned.
Hmm.
Yeah.
No, I
So,
agree. I agree. I'll say this: I'm a lot healthier now than where I was before. Do you know what I
mhm.
mean? But like you said, it's a journey. For a long time, I used to be huge on sugar. Like the amount of sugar I used to take and stuff was crazy. Now I can't even have sugar like minimal sugar and anything like too sweet. I'm like, ugh, I can't have it. Like I don't know how people have double coffee. That is crazy.
Mhm.
Yeah. So what else is? What did you guys? How was your New Year's?
Awesome.
Good,
Laid
good,
back.
good, 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 good. Did you have any other questions about the breath work or?
Um, yeah. How long did it take for you to get to that point? Was it like just 2 sessions of that, or what?
No, this was just the one session, but it was like for a while. I did a session before, but I'm trying to remember what if my results weren't as profound as that. But I think maybe at that point I wasn't in the kind of like state that I was in before this happened. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I think I was in a more negative place recently than I was when I did the first session. And so the first session, I remember being positive. That's why I was like, when she invited me to do it again, I was like, yeah, okay, I'll do it again. Hey, and Reginald, if you're wondering what we're talking about here, we're talking about fire breathing and breath work. And basically, I did a session recently, and I'm just sharing my experiences of how I went through this breathing session. And yeah, so the second one, um, it was with the group. I don't know if the it was like if she did exactly what she did before or she modified this session this time, but it was definitely different. And it was one of those things where I was just like I said, I had a profound experience. I was crying. There's points where I felt like I was floating. There was times where I felt like my whole body was like vibrating at like a high frequency, like it was
Mhm.
crazy. Was crying. I came through all these like mental breakthroughs and stuff like that, where I was like, um, like all these plans that I had, like that I was thinking, like with the Seamoss Association and stuff like that. It was like, oh yeah, okay, we're gonna do it like this, you know what I mean? And it really makes sense. Like I guess like where I was stuck and had a roadblock, you know what I mean? I took an edible before. No, so Sophia on the line here, she's asking me if I took an edible. I was like, no, I didn't take an edible, but I did honestly smoke a little bit of weed before I started because I don't know, I deal with a lot of anxiety, and so smoking for me helps relax me and stuff. So, and I figured if I'm going to relax and be in this breath work, although I don't recommend people smoking before it because it gets really intense, this breathing. And I think that had I been more clear headed, I probably, I don't know, maybe I would have had a different experience. You know what I mean? I probably would have been more in tune with my breathing and stuff like that, you know? So.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how some people like to get high and work out, and then they can't really work out because they're too high.
Mhm. I know exactly what you mean.
That's exactly what it was. So it was like, fuck, why did I smoke so much? I could have just focused. So, but it was still a good experience nonetheless.
Yeah. The feeling that you was explaining was almost like a euphoric feeling of someone who has maybe taking shrooms or something like that, because um, that euphoric feeling you was talking about, and then breaking through barriers down. That's like the only thing that I can compare that to, and to be able to do that without the shrooms, that's even better because they are psychedelic and
Well, I love shrooms. I actually, yeah, I don't take it as much now. No, dude, it's listen for depression and like PTSD and anxiety, shrooms are the best. I'm telling you. And for a long time, yeah, I had a good friend of mine. Part of our ritual in life for business to kind of like keep our heads in the game and stuff was to like go away every couple months and just kind of like microdose shrooms all day, so that we're kind of like tripping for a while, and then you sleep it off, and the next day you feel amazing. So the effects afterwards were kind of similar to that, right? But the experience during, I enjoy shrooms probably more, less work. You know what I mean? You just chill and have some beers, and you know what I mean, talk a bunch of shit, you know.
well, that's fine. That takes me back about 20 years, Julien.
Yeah, oh shit. Up
Yeah,
in the
I mean, that's college years type stuff,
well, it wasn't something where I would drop like 3 grams like in high school or whatever, but it's more like we'd take maybe half a gram or a quarter of a gram, like something really small, and then we would yeah, kind of just chill out and enjoy a night. And then a lot of times we would even just go up north to the cottage for 2 nights. So it's like we showed up early there that morning, we take the shrooms, do whatever, and then the next morning we'd hang out, go, on our ATVs and shit, and then we'd leave during that evening. You know what I mean? Like we wouldn't stay long. It would be more just get out of the city, get your mind out, and just deconnect for a minute, and then a lot of the ideas and sort of like motivation would come during those times because we'd have fun, and then we go back and just say, okay, we had our fun, let's go work, back to work, and that was the attitude, and I felt that worked really well. So, but every once in a while though, I'll go up north, only in like when I have no work to do. And
what do you call north? What's north?
So in Ontario, like I'm in Toronto, so north of there would be maybe an hour's drive or so, 2 hours drive. We go. There's like, it's not far to get to sort of like a cottage area, in a country area in Canada. Every countries everywhere.
Okay.
So drive an hour's ways, and then we'd have a place by a lake or, some kind of river or something like that. Yeah. But definitely like the breathing, I'm gonna see about trying. I'd like to see what the effects are if I did it like once a month, you know
hmm
something to kind of keep me sharp and focused and stuff like that, you know
So I know that you did the breath work. What about the cold showers? Are you interested in doing those?
I used to do them a lot. I haven't done them in a while. What I used to do that was pretty awesome, I haven't done that. I didn't get a chance. I don't know why I didn't do it too. Oh, I did it sometimes this year. So in my house, right, I have a pool, right? And what I did was I didn't turn the heater on for the pool, and so the pool would get really cold. And every morning I would jump. I would go to the diving board and I would just jump in the pool. You know what I mean? And I would kind of swim a couple laps around and stuff. And the reason why I did it was because when I first started to do it, it would take me 5-10 minutes to get into the water because I was scared as shit to jump in because I knew it was cold, right? And so what would happen was I'd jump in and be like, "Oh fuck, it's cold," you know what I mean? And I'd freeze, and But then after swimming around for a couple laps, I'd realize the water became adjustable, and I was able to bear it. You know what I mean? Till after like a couple weeks, it was like I would just come out and jump in the pool. And the exercise, what I wanted to train myself was is to not focus on what I think the water is. I need to get in the water and see what it's like, and then I can decide how I'm going to move around and do whatever to keep warm. Do you know what I mean? But too many times I would, like, your life is coming down. I think we talked about this before. It's all about decisions. So if you're hesitating on a decision too long because you think about something that's there, then you're going to miss steps too many times. But if you go in there and see what is happening, you know what I mean? If you make a quick decision and get in there and get your hands dirty, then you could figure out how to fix the problem. Do you know what I mean? And so that was my, like, I guess my internal, it was like me trying to recondition myself so that I make decisions faster. And I'm not worried about what I think might the water be like, because I have no idea what the water's like. And yet, even if it is cold, it's probably not going to be cold for long because I'll adjust to it. Because that was what my experience was.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm starting to challenge a 30 days of cold shower,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to be able to do it without turning on the hot water first.
That's actually worse for you.
Oh,
Well, no, not worse in a bad way, meaning that worse, like worse in the sense that when you do put on the cold water is going to be extra cold because you had the hot first.
oh no, I'm going to slowly adjust it to the cold.
Oh, so for okay, because I used to do
One
that.
step at a time.
I used to do that in the beginning when I would jump into a shower, like to go swimming. I would have the shower warm and then I would turn it cold, and you know what I mean. And the shock, it would almost be like I couldn't breathe because it was so cold, right? And the temperature change. And then I just started like, okay, let me just get in the water cold and see what it's like. And it was a big difference. Like it was easier for me to handle.
Right. So
Yeah.
what I'm hoping to appeal with that is the characteristic trait of not being afraid to go for what I want, and eventually, like you said, stop overthinking everything and just do it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah. But normally I just do it right after a workout, so I'm kind of my body's kind of heated up, and I go straight to the cold shower,
Hmm.
or adjust the cold shower, and then it doesn't feel it's such bad as it would. We jump straight in there with the cold.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, at least you're trying it. You know what I mean? And even if you get halfway there, I think it's going to have some sort of benefit. You know what I mean? Improvement. If,
They say it builds your testosterone up or something like that. It increase, and it also reduces fat, like you burn fat faster or something like that too.
I believe that. I know when I was doing it, like, because I used to, when I was living in my condo, I would go swimming every morning. And that was when I would do the cold shower. And then after the cold shower, I would go into the sauna. And when I was doing that, I know I would remember like being very sort of like sharp all day long. Like, and that was part of the reason why I was doing it and going through the pain, because it was like during, like, when you get to that 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock afternoon and stuff, like when you're going from an early in the morning, you need to be kind of like sharp in a way, or else, you're going to start making bad decisions, or you're going to decide you want to go take a nap and this and that, and you ruin your day. So
Right.
yeah, I found it very like beneficial. And you know what, maybe I need to like get
You're
back
right.
get back into
And
the cold
the
showers.
benefits of it making you more sharper too, because whenever that cold water hits your body, I think it almost like electrifies your nervous system, and like puts you in a almost like a fight or flight
It
stage to
does.
make you more aware of things.
Yeah, and it follows you like all day. Like you get this kind of like rush of adrenaline, especially when you go from really hot to cold, and you hit that body hits that shock. You're like, you know what I mean? Yeah. And when I used to do the swimming, like, and there was times where the pool, like, I'd have the pool open till like October or September, and it's really cold here then. And so for me jumping in the water there, it was like maybe 14 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is Fahrenheit, but that was it was like the temperature was around 14 to like 16, you know. And so that's pretty cold temperature. It was definitely kind of like invigorating, you know. Yeah. Yeah. So hey, just to let you guys know that that's joined the room. We're just talking openly about whatever. I'm sharing my experiences of the breath work with Wilson here, and yeah, actually, do you guys have any questions about CMOS? Let's give a chance to let you guys get some questions answered.
Hey everybody, I just came in because I saw the topic. It's very rare that I see CMOS topics when I come in a clubhouse, which is almost daily, just to see what's going on and what's being talked about. So I have a CMOS business, and it's just great to connect with other people who are all doing CMOS or do CMOS businesses. It's very rare that I've even talked to anyone else who is in this line of work. So I did check out, all of you all's PTRs, and looked at your profiles and Instagram pages and all that. And I saw, I don't know what your name is, the moderator here, the CMOS.
CMOS Monk, but my actual name is Julien.
Julien?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that you go between St. Lucia. You go between St. Lucia and Canada. So you're in Toronto right now?
Yep.
Okay. So how often do you go back to St. Lucia or go to St. Lucia?
As much as I possibly can. So, but this time lately, I haven't been there in about a year just because of COVID. So I was supposed to go in August, and that got pushed back. And then we were going to go just before Christmas, and that got kind of pushed back. And so it's supposed to be, I don't know, February, but I think that's getting pushed back to like. So I think honestly, I'm probably not going back till uh maybe just before my birthday, so Mayish, hopefully.
So how did you get a hold of the CMOS?
Oh, my business partner is down there.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So our company is called the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company. It is a company based in St. Lucia, but we also have it registered here in Canada. My partner owns the business 100% in St. Lucia, and then he owns 50% with me in Canada. And he does all the procuring of the CMOS and the purchasing. He ships it over to us. We keep it in a warehouse in Toronto, and then we also have a location in Atlanta that we send CMOS to that gets reshipped out. So we ship it out mostly by UPS and Canada Post, and it gets to people's doors within like 3 to 5 days or less.
Got it. Nice. Okay. Well, I will continue to listen more or let someone else speak. Thanks for that information. I really want to visit St. Lucia myself.
You
that
should.
is one of the locations where I do get my, CMOS, one of my CMOSs. So I do want to come and visit myself and, go to where it's harvested and, I don't want to see pools. I want to see the ocean.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to be able to make that trip in 2022.
Yeah. There's no, and I get a lot. I don't know if someone's spewing out some garbage about St. Lucian sea moss because they're jealous or whatever. But I've been getting a lot of like people asking me like, "Oh, is this farmed in a pool or like from St. Or they're like, or is this coming from an ocean?" All sea moss from St. Lucia comes from the ocean. I don't know there is no possibility of there being fake anything. I think that if anybody tried to sell fake sea moss in St. Lucia or try to re-import it or do anything, that guy would get shut down like immediately. Like that couldn't happen. Impossible. Like
I think people just ask the questions because they're told, to make sure that it's well crafted and it's not full grown.
as long that it's really coming from its authentic source. So yeah. I just think it's people making sure asking questions, which I think is really good. True, true. They listen. They have a right to sort of ask questions. I guess maybe I get it personal because I'm just like it's all from the ocean. Like no one would dare not like put it from the, you know what I mean, grow it anywhere but the ocean. The ocean's free. You know what I mean? I think what they got to be more concerned about is where is it coming from in the ocean. You know what I mean? And that's to make sure that, and most of the sea moss that I know of coming from St. Lucia, it's all coming from protected mangrove areas. If you guys go on my YouTube page, you'll see like videos that we've talked in previous live streams that I'll show you the areas and the villages and stuff like that where they're producing the farms that they're growing it and how they're even growing it. And when people see how it's grown, you'll see that it's like it's as natural as you can get it, you know? Yeah, that's a good thing, I think, when being able to actually see where it's coming from versus being told. Yes. Because anyway, I'm that type of person, especially with me. Before I even decided to have a business, for Seamoss, I took it myself for like 3 years, and the person that I got it from, I totally trusted them. And and it helped me in so many ways. I dealt with irritable bowel syndrome, so every day making the bowel movement was not happening for me, and some days, even months, it was just horrible. And when I finally came across, listening to Dr. Sebi and some other people and reading up on things, I finally tried Irish sea moss or Condis crispus. And that's when I was like, okay, this works. And, I just did it off of a whim, like, let me just see if other people want to buy this. And I did that like maybe 2 years into it. And that's when I discovered that other people wanted it too. So, something that I believe in and I back up because it actually works for me. So that's why, I became a huge Seamoss fan. But I think it's very, very important that it stays authentic, and that it doesn't go commercial to the point where it is now just, full grown here, there, and everywhere, and it's not real and it's fake, and you got to question it. That's just the thing I think people want to make sure that it stays away from that. They want to make sure they're getting something real. So, again, I applaud people for asking questions, and they should. You're right. Maybe and I apologize. Maybe I went off a little bit of on a tangent and a rant. I don't want to make it seem like I don't want anybody to ask questions. It's I guess I don't even know if I could explain how I meant. It's just imagine you've never gotten that question for a while, and then all of a sudden everybody's asking you that question, and so I'm questioning, is someone saying something? Because usually Lucian CMOS has a really good reputation. No one's ever questioned it being fake, and so it's like for it to kind of all of a sudden be in the spotlight, like, do you have the real stuff? It's kind of like, well, who's spreading that information just to even suggest it? You know what I mean? But I think everybody needs to ask. What? You're like, who's saying something fake? Yeah. But I think everybody should like when you're dealing with a supplier, you should be asking questions like, where is this source from? When did your last shipment was? How often do you get your CMOS? Are good questions. Like, where is it sourced from? They should be able to tell you at least sort of like the local town or the community that it's from, if they're buying it directly. Now, I understand if they're buying it from someone else, they might have to go ask the guy because not everybody gives that information, right? But those, I think, kind of questions like, how dry is it? You know what I mean? Is it super, super dry? Because sometimes the really dry stuff is not as appealing as stuff that's got some moisture to it, And so, yeah. Oh, and I would say, show me pictures. Definitely, you want to see lots of pictures. Got it. Yeah. Cool. Did you have any questions, Reginald, too, to ask about CMOS? No. Cool. Um, Anybody else have questions about CMOS? Have Hey Sean, have you noticed Do you buy it often? Like, have you noticed that the purple is like everybody's starting to talk about the purple going to be going up in price soon? What are you guys' thoughts on that?
When I talk to my farmer down there,
Yeah,
nothing's. He's not on that. Like he still has some. It'll be the same price for me, and you
that
know
that.
that's his take.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Same here. I mean, my supplier.
Yeah.
The price has been the same, and I keep my prices the same too. Whether CMOS prices go up or um, stay the same, I always keep my prices the same because I don't want to change.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? What I'm doing, it's just always how I've done it. But I noticed that last year, like around when this pandemic stuff started, prices were like off the chain. People were just charging higher amounts. I think shipping and all that played a part. I thought that was going to happen recently because of the shipping crisis and whatever, stuff just happening right now. I really thought I was going to start seeing some price surges when it comes to purchasing CMOS, but I haven't. So
There's an oversupply, a huge, huge, huge oversupply. And like Todd and was saying, like his guy's good. There's a lot of these guys who have a lot of CMOS that's just sitting there in storage, or stuff like they could just pull it out of the water. Plus, lately, um, at least in St. Lucia, there's been a lot of sea moss that's coming naturally just from the ocean. Like most of these farmers are telling me that they're not, taking from their farms, and they're working with, like, divers are making a killing right now. There's divers, like everybody's hiring a diver. That's, you know what I mean. That's all I hear them talking about. So they're not really working their plots as much as they're paying guys to go out and just get it fresh. And then there's now like a lot, so the divers are now buying, like making it, and they're selling it raw to certain people. And so there's a lot of people getting into it that are not really, I guess, like technically farmers, right? Because if you speak to some of these guys, they're freaking out in a way, because they're like, these guys are making all this money and they don't even have a stick in the ground, and they're paying guys to go and just pull up the CMOS that should be for these farmers. You know what I mean? Because they're cultivating and doing the whole area. You know what I mean? And so they're having to compete with these hired divers that other people are hiring to get the CMOS. So it's causing a lot of competition, which causes the price to get unstable, and I think that's why it's been so low. But I don't know. People are starting to get out of it. That's what I've been hearing, and they're saying, like, people are just walking away from their farms because they're not making the kind of money that they anticipated that they would when they got in at the pandemic. Yeah. So
I haven't really heard much. Like I said, I don't see these conversations happening a lot, and
yeah.
I know there are people in the area who sell CMOS, but I never really run across them or go on their pages or say, "Hey, let's connect and talk." Which I wouldn't care. I wouldn't mind to. Look at the bread. Oh, hey, we're all out here getting it, but it's about people's health for me. So
for sure.
But no, I guess I just haven't heard that. But that's interesting.
Well, you know what? I encourage you, if you're on Facebook, to go check out the CMOS Buyers Club. That's a group that I started. I think it's got like 7,100 now members, and it's just like an open forum for people to buy and sell CMOS. And there's buyers from all over the planet. I don't want to, like, the world, everywhere. And there's, gel sellers, powder sellers, just everything. And so, like, see how you're saying there's no one to really talk to or share information. There's a lot of stuff being organized on there. And I mean, we're trying to give it a little bit more education to it, or more like discussions of topics, I guess. You know what I mean? And so that's part of the reason why I do these live streams, which I've been doing for, I don't know, about a month now. Tuesdays, sorry, not Tuesday. I don't know why I keep saying Tuesdays. Sundays and Wednesdays. I'll do this live stream at 9:30, and like we go sometimes to as late as like 2, 4. And the other night I did it till 5 in the morning. Were you there, Todd? Or
That
you?
was
you
crazy.
yeah. And we talk about
Yeah,
everything.
I was there.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember asking you, like, dude, what is it? It's about 5:30 where you at? Because
Yeah.
I was in California. Right now I'm in Indianapolis, but back then I was in California. I was like, dang, dude, you stay up all night doing it.
Yeah, yeah. And then I had to get up the next day at like 10 o'clock and go to the warehouse and like pack Seamoss all day. But like Faith, we're doing this for the health and for the love of the industry, and just what I mean. I don't know. I love talking with you guys. We get great conversations.
Right. So when you say you talk CMOS, when you go and talk to people about it, like, what do you share? Like, what is your, like, I would say, what's your top 5 things that you say is important to share about CMOS when you go and talk to other people?
Well, I guess that's a good question. That would be different than what we actually talk on the show. On the show, we just talk about anything and everything related to SEMA. So we'll talk about, like, one time I did a talk. We talked about Klaviyo, Shopify, how to do Facebook ads. I opened up my Facebook ad manager and showed everybody my ad strategies and like how I was getting cheap ads, by lower bidding and changing these settings, and that's what I mean. And but it's related to the CMOS because you're using it to sell CMOS. Talk about CMOS, the life cycle, how it's reproduces, different information about the site. A lot of answering questions too, which just anything comes up. But I think, to answer your question earlier about what you should talk to people about CMOS, I think number one, you should be talking about your own personal experience. Two, so your experience and the story that got you involved in CMOS. I think you should know the, like, at least 10 benefits of CMOS that you could sort of like if this is what you're talking about, like how you pitch and be able to talk and sell to people about CMOS, you need to know at least 10 of that stuff. You need to know a quick explanation on how to make a gel, and you need to know the differences between um, Condorus crispus, Garcilaria. You can't, like, there's different species of sea moss, and to understand the different regions and areas of those, I think, are important. So I think those would be some of the things that, if you're selling sea moss, that you should be able to, understand at least.
I agree.
Yeah,
Thanks.
no problem.
One of the things I'm going through right now, as you know, I'm just starting out my CMOS business, and I've been basically just doing it off of Cash App. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And my internet, but now it's getting to the point where they're going to start taxing you money for your Cash App, and I'm at the point now I got to go ahead and set up my business account and start really getting this, the foundation for the future of the business. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, we talked about this last time. I
Mm-hmm.
want to get some grants, or what I'm saying, maybe a grant where I can get, like, say 10,000. You know what I'm saying, like something like that, and maybe just put up some billboards, or run ads on the radio, or just put up flyers and signs everywhere. I just want to take over my whole community, and just everybody knows, where to get their CMOS if they want to come to me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what I got in my mind, and that's where I'm at with my journey and my CMOS, and hopefully I can go ahead and get the ball rolling as soon as possible. But I'm just taking it one step at a time. But have anybody else got grants? And I'm pretty sure people have got grants to start their business. What you think? I haven't. I don't know. Like I said, as far as the CMOS business goes, a lot of these grant programs that I have seen, Hello Alice, the SBA, microloans, all of that, the requirements that they have, I never fall in the brackets, to qualify to even sign up for them.
That's fact.
And I do good CMOS sales, but you have to make, 10, over 10,000. Sometimes it's 25 plus. You have to show on, your income statements and all of that kind of stuff, and have so many amount of employees. So a lot of that grants and money that's available out here for these small businesses because of COVID or other things that I've seen. I just don't qualify. For my business just doesn't. I'm an LLC. I'm registered. I'm all set up, but again, I just don't qualify for the requirements. Okay.
That's unfortunate, man. What I see a lot is something similar where um, a lot of people don't qualify, and then those that do are the ones that are able to look like they qualify. They don't really need it in the first place. You know what I mean? Like I always feel like they're taking the money away from like those that need it. You know what I mean? It's like, why are you like, you don't need this money? Why are you applying? Like, there was a couple of programs here, I don't want to mention them, in Canada, where people were basically going around and saying, look, I'll get you approved. It's no problem. I get everybody approved, but you're gonna get 10,000. I want 1,000 for that 10. And it's just like, you know what? Fuck that. Like,
yeah, no. That was going on all through the U.S. They're gonna find them people too. It's only gonna be in a nice amount of time where people are gonna start getting phone calls and visits or. They're gonna come after them.
I am totally against taking stuff that you don't need. Do you know what I mean? Like, even if they're just giving it away, give it away to someone that really needs it. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I feel that.
Take what's entitled to you. If you have a right to have something, you have a right to have it. But don't, like, if they put a program on it to help people and you don't need the help, don't. I don't know. That's my view. But I think we should try and take advantage of everything that you guys have that you can qualify for, that you need, especially in this growing business. One thing that helped us a lot in the beginning was we were able to get like a cash infusion from Shopify, and it really kind of kickstarted our business. Whereas, all of a sudden we had like $15,000 like in our hands, on top of the sales that we were doing. You know what I mean? Where I just had that as float. And people don't realize when you have how important it is to have like a nest egg or a float, to make sure that all these bills get paid fast enough and things that like don't hold up and shit. Because
I did that work with Shopify. I don't even have a Shopify. I just
they just offered it to me. They showed up, like it showed up on my screen saying, "Hey, would you like $15,000?" I was like, "Hell yeah!" Like clicked it,
Facts.
and they were like,
did you have your business registered through there? Were you doing sales through?
Yeah,
Shopify?
yeah. So what they do is they take the sales, and this is how it's genius how they pay it back. They take a percentage of your sales as it comes in. So as long as you keep a certain level amount of sales, you know what I mean, volume, you really don't feel it. You know, it's only when we dip below a certain point where our sales aren't meeting as much as we need to put out there for our expenses. Then you start feeling it. But when the sales are high, it's like a cost of doing business. And
I think Square does something like that too.
probably.
I think.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot of them that are starting to do it now because it's and for us it was good because there was no set time limit. It was more of a percentage. I think they charged like maybe 12% or something like that of the total amount, or maybe it was less. And that if I needed 3 years to pay it, to pay that off, then they would give it to me. You know what I mean? No questions asked. I already had it. So that was good. I think we did one for 15 and another one for like 35.
Yeah, I think I would have to have so much sales coming in and out of there. I don't know, probably on a monthly basis, a certain amount for them to say, "Hey, we'll give you some money."
Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to get over like 5,000 or so, maybe.
I'll be having the sales, but their shipping and handling be killing me. I'm telling you. It's like, I get that monthly bill, I'm like, hold on now.
But are you using Shopify for your shipping? You shouldn't be using Shopify for your shipping.
I shouldn't be?
No. Switch to Pirate Ship.
Yeah, Pirate Ship, bro. Pirate Ship is the one.
Mm-hmm.
Pirate Ship?
Yep.
Yep. What is pirate ship?
Oh, bro, pirate ship is. I'm in Canada, so I can't take advantage of pirate ship as much, but I've checked out their rates. And so, what pirate ship is? It's a third party shipping label company, and there's a few of them. There's like I use eShipper, I use Secure Ship, and I use Net Parcel. And then there's also like if you even look on Shopify's marketplace, third party labels or label shipping labels, you'll see all these companies. And what they do is they basically take all of the orders from everybody and consolidate it into one sort of price that they get from UPS and these other carriers. And then you buy the labels from them at a cheap rate. And it's like huge, a lot cheaper than whatchamacallit, than what Shopify is giving on their end, especially in the pirate ship. I think you can ship certain stuff for like $3 and stuff, $2 and stuff, first class next day kind of thing.
Man, yeah, man. Shopify sent me a bill, and I was like, you know what? Everybody's getting taxed more now. But
yeah, Shopify is good in the sense that you don't have to pay up the shipping up front, right? You get the bill later on. These places you got to pay them as you buy the label, but I find that at least for me shipping from Canada into the States, it's a huge cost savings.
Yeah, right now, if somebody buys from me from a different state, I'll just see what I go to USPS. I just go to I went to UPS the other day, but I normally go to the United States Postal Service, and then I'll just tell them how much it costs, and I just have the customer pay whatever that is. So I think I just shipped some a couple days ago, or last week I should say, 2 orders, and both of them, one came to like $13 and some change, the other one was like $14 and some change. And yeah, so it's like, how do people offer free shipping? And right. I get a better deal because I see that a lot. It's like, oh, shipping is free. I was like, well, how are you doing that? Are you paying everybody's shipping costs?
Well, they're rolling it into the price somehow. That's usually what happens. Yeah. Or there's some kind of trick where they're able to sort of offset it, or maybe they I don't know, sometimes people get bad advice when they're doing business. Like I remember when I first started the Seamoss thing, this girl called me up and was like trying to hustle me, and basically it was so funny. It's like she calls me up and she's all like, yeah, so I was just looking on your site and I noticed you didn't have free shipping. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And she's like, yeah, well, I was looking on Shopify's site and they say that in order to get new customers, you need to get, and I'm like, okay. And she's like, so why aren't you adding free shipping? And I'm like, well, I could give you free shipping, right? But then I would have to charge more on my products. Mm-hmm. I'm like, the shipping isn't free. Like it's someone has to pay for it. You pay for it, whether you pay for it up front or you pay for it on the back end. So what do you want? You want me to include it in the price and then give you free shipping? Because I could do that.
Right. Yeah, I did free shipping for like 3 days, and man, the sales were. Some people bought so much Seamoss, they was like, "Yeah, we was waiting on you to do free shipping." I'm like, "Oh, really? No." But it was crazy, man. So did you have to eat those shipping costs then? I did, and I felt it, But at the end of the day, though, I was kind of glad to be able to provide people that really wanted to get some Seamoss to give it to them.
Well, one of the things that I've been thinking about toying for the new year is because our prices have been in some ways, I feel like, on the lower end. I want to adjust it and have it so that it's like, you know what I mean? The shipping's like put the price up a little bit higher, and then include the shipping in it, but in a way so that it's like or free. I won't do. We have to be like free shipping over. Like say $80 or $100 or something like that, and we do free shipping. Because to ship 2 ounces is like it's not worth it. Like it's like the shipping is more than the Seamoss. So
yeah, they ate me up with those the small orders. But it's all good because one thing about it, I'm gonna get my blessings behind it.
Well, even look at this: the ones that you spent that money, that's just advertising to like. There's a cost to attract a customer. You know what I mean? And so you just gotta, factor that into your cost of doing business. Matthew says here, I offer free shipping added to the price. My goal is to double my money after all costs. Amazon spoiled people. Some people won't buy unless you have free shipping. It's so true. Mm-hmm.
Also, Amazon, the business thing, I forget I can't think of what it's called right now, but they had contacted me about selling my product on Amazon. But as much as it doesn't make sense to me, like you said, you have to raise your prices to include free shipping. Well, Amazon, you got to raise your prices just to sell on Amazon. It's like, I'm not doing that, just so I can sell with you guys. Like, don't make sense. I don't need a middleman. I can do this myself. I've been doing it myself. So I turn them down. I'd rather not. I'll stay away from Amazon.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the fulfillment by Amazon. I think it's not good for gel though, because how are you guys keeping? How are you sending it to them and having them ship it? And if you're going to do the like have them run your sales and you do the shipping, it's way more expensive than it is if you just give them the product and let them do the selling and everything. It's almost like, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, unless you're getting the fulfillment by Amazon, like them doing the work, it kind of defeats the purpose of them like you said, you could sell the CMOS yourself. You can create your own site, your own platform, and have people directed. You know what I mean? The market's huge. You know what I mean? Right. So you finding customers is this isn't an option for me. It's not like the only places on that they're selling is on Amazon. But if you can say take the raw and put it on there and the dry it and it's or powdered CMOS or CMOS gummies, I say hell do it, even if you're not making a lot of money, because that's just one other source of income. If you could, it's like you're paying someone to do the selling and doing all the work for you, right? So if you could just put some shit in a box and send it to someone and forget about it and then collect money later on, do you know what I mean? You have more time now to go focus and sell your other products. Totally. Yeah, and then you could just brag and say, "Yeah, I'm on Amazon." If you know what I mean. Sometimes you use that as like a selling feature more than the actual fact that you're making money off the product. People just like the sound that you look professional because you've made it on Amazon, and it's not easy to get on your product on Amazon. Or you can, you know what I mean? Like you gotta kind of twist it, I guess. Know how to spin it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a selling point. It's just like if you can say I'm in local stores, or up the street at the popular, Whole Food store or something like that.
Yeah.
That's very good selling point. It's like a trustworthy. It's like you got one of those stamps, that say you are certified type thing.
And I agree. I would even focus on those markets as opposed to try. I think there's more money in those kind of markets than there is in getting your product on Amazon, because there's more people coming into these stores and checking them out than there is most people that are shopping on the Amazon. They're going there specifically to buy the CMOS from Amazon. You know what I mean? Whereas you're gonna get people coming into a store who's shopping for spelt flour or moringa leaves, and then they pass by the cooler and they see your CMOS gel. Oh wait, this is CMOS. I heard them talking about this. Blah blah blah. You might have a card that says "Try me." You know what I mean? And so you're more likely to get customers that I believe that way than, you know what I mean. With the CMOS, you'll get customers on Amazon, but you'll find new customers, I believe, in these kind of shops and stores.
Yeah, I agree. I got decal on my car that I had got from Vista Print, and this big old magnets that I've had designed on my own and put my logo on there. It's on either side of my car, so everywhere I go, even when I went out of town and everywhere, I get so many. Yeah, it's just a good way to market or advertise too. But I do want to start looking into the stores and all of that. It's just a lot of. I just want to make sure and I'm sure a lot of us do, who have CMOS businesses, to make sure that we are, protected legally and making sure that we're, having our labels and supplement packs and all that stuff,
insurance and stuff like that.
In order. And that's just another thing I'm just coming across too. Like, okay, is this a dietary supplement? Is this just to figure out what the NAIC codes and because Seamoss, it's like, okay, trying to explain to people what it is, with the Secretary of State and all these other business departments and figuring out licenses and explaining it, they don't even know where to put it, or what to tell me, what I need to make sure that I am in compliance. It's been interesting. Yeah,
they have no idea how to classify it at all. I mean, it is an algae, right? So that's when you can start telling them, and that it's. I know the code.
It's definitely a dietary supplement because it falls under minerals and vitamins and like immune boosters and stuff like that. So it will be considered a dietary supplement. So I did figure that out for here, because I'm in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Yeah. So that for the Minnesota, that's what it would be classified as, and it is. So I would have to see what the Food and Drug Administration. I gotta look and see what I need to do to be licensed and registered, because I have a product that is considered that. Therefore, it's taxable because it's, I'm going to have to put supplemental facts on the packaging.
It's going to be interesting when the governments come out and really sort of start kind of defining what this stuff is, and you know what I mean, because some people will say that the Seamoss is a mineral supplement. Some of them say it's a topical cream. I know a guy who imports it and says he's using it for soap. You know what I mean? And so it's like soon they're gonna.
I'm trying to figure out really what
this
it
what I'm
is.
saying.
You know what I mean? Because it's all of that. And when they ask me, I said people use it for everything. I have people who buy it from me that I don't even need it. They just use it for their hair or their skin. Because they have psoriasis and they have what's that other skin condition? A lot of people that get it from me. They
alopecia.
Have psoriasis and they have
alopecia.
Not for the alopecia, there's a hairdresser who came to me and she wants to use it on her clients who have alopecia, but these eczema. I have a few different customers who come to me regularly because they have eczema and psoriasis, and they swear by it. So okay, so it is a topical, but people also get it because they put it in their smoothies or they eat it or whatever. So it's like what I need to figure out, if I need to have two separate business, not two separate businesses, but do I need to separate the two somehow? One for food, one for topical, or it's just a lot of legal jargon that's so irritating, because it's like I don't want to give them any reason to come for me, because they always come after the little people. They don't mess with the giants out here that's really doing wrong, in the business sector. It's always the small ones they come for first, as if we're just robbing humanity.
Oh, these kids, they're crazy. Yeah.
So yeah, the Seamoss, I can't see your whole name up there, but I know you were saying that you are in that same kind of boat where you're just making sure that your business is lined up correctly, and you know what I mean, you're doing all the steps you need to do to make sure that your business can thrive. I don't know what state you're in, but I know it just varies state by state. So it's just really interesting to me, how the structure and the setup of these Moss businesses are, in other places. Right. Yeah, I'm in that state right now. I'm in Mississippi right now, so we just left Illinois, but we're in Mississippi now, and I'm pretty much at that stage where I'm trying to get all my insurance and stuff like that, and just get the whole foundation of the whole business taken care of. But this is all new. This was all a dream. I always wanted to have my own business, and I never thought I'd be selling Seamoss. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, at first, I thought I'd been doing something like hands-on, maybe construction or like something with physical health, with personal training. But I started my first business was Seamoss. So this whole thing is just a learning process, and I'm taking it slow, but I'm really trying to hit the ground running this year with like some with some get back with some power behind me, because I'm not gonna be that type of guy to just sit back and not do anything. I'm always about action when it comes to getting something done, but without you can't be about action without getting that paperwork right first. So
True.
I'm taking my time trying to figure that out. Facts.
True, true, true. So before we jump into another topic, this lady on the live stream, Paula, had a really good question she had. She had a question regarding nutrition and the process of sea moss. It comes dried, then you're supposed to clean it by washing it several times. Then you're supposed to let it soak in spring water or distilled water for hours before blending it into a gel. My question is, where does the nutrition come from if you're rehydrating it with distilled or spring water? It seems that the nutrition that comes from the water that the sea moss is grown in. Once it's dried out and rehydrated with another source water, it's not as nutritious. Um, yeah.
It makes me think of any other type of food, like when you grow something out of the ground and it, you know what I'm saying? Or you think about any other food that comes out of the water or comes out of the ground, you got to take it home, peel it, wash it, cook it. You're not cooking out its nutritional value, That's if you're not going to drink the water, you know what I'm saying? That if you're going to make greens, or say something like that. So you're getting the whole plant and then you're cutting it up. It's just like parsley. I got parsley from the store. It's the stem. I'm going to cut it up. But as I'm cutting it, I can smell the fumes coming from it. You know what I mean? So I know that it's doing what it do. So same thing with sea moss. Like, okay, we're taking it out of the water because the water did what it was supposed to do. It grew in there. Everything is in the body of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the fibers and stuff. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying like the fibers. I was just agreeing with you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Continue.
Oh no, it's all good. So because I've had that question asked to me a couple times from people who buy it from me because they, and like I said, which is I love when people ask questions. How else would we learn?
Yeah.
If we didn't ask questions. So I'm always open and willing to explain, stuff to people to say, look, like I just said to you a minute ago, when you cut up the tomato, you cut up the apple, you cut up the orange, you cut up the fruit, whatever it is, if you do cook it down, depends on how you cook it, you can make it lose its nutritional value. But if that's not what your goal is, like I said, you're going to drink the water, or you're making it and preparing it in a way where it does not lose its nutritional value, then you're straight. Don't boil the hell out of it and then take it out of there and leave the water sitting on the stove, but you're going to eat the boiled sea moss. Like, that's not what you do. You're hydrating it, you're bringing it back to life, right? It's no longer dry, you're cleaning it, needs to be cleaned, just like you do with leafy greens. You're not rehydrating them, but you're getting all the salt, dirt, grime, whatever off of it. And then you're going to cut it up, and then you're going to boil it in the water, add your seasonings or whatever. Then you're going to eat the greens. You're going to have some of that juice with those greens. So you're getting all of the benefits of that. You know what I mean? Hopefully you didn't kill it. You know what I mean? You did what you're supposed to do so that you can get the nutrients from it. With sea moss, it's kind of the same thing. When you add water to it, don't add a lot. You don't have to add a lot. You just keep going and keep going until you get the thickness that you want. You know what I mean? The consistency that you want. That's why you take 2 or 3 tablespoons so that you can make sure that you are getting the value of it, because it is diluted some. But again, I don't know if it's diluted some or not. You know what I'm saying? Because you're grinding it up, before you can get the paste or that gel that you want to get. But when you're taking it consistently, then you'll see if you are getting the benefits or not. You pay attention to your body. If you're not, then maybe you're doing something wrong, or maybe the sea moss you're getting is questionable. That's what I would say.
No, all good points. All good points, and I do agree with you that this, like, for me, I think it's like it's in the fibers, it's in everything. So just like you're saying, when you rehydrate it, you're you're not really losing anything.
No, you're bringing it back to life. It's natural.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. I hope that answers the question for anybody. Tiffany, did you have any questions about Seamoss? And Florence, you're welcome to join in on the conversation with us. I see you down there. This is like a pretty much open discussion about Seamoss. There's no real set topic. I'm here to answer anybody's questions. Plus, other people have great knowledge in here too. You know what I mean? And on the live stream. Um, Go ahead.
No, I didn't have any particular question. I heard you all talking about, I guess, classifying the CMOS, but issues I ran into and did a little research. But I'm in Texas, so.
Cool. So you wanted to do research on the different classifications, or you have done research on it?
No, I just had just in starting the business of whether it was a vitamin supplement or food, and I ended up having to call our our county food inspector and all that to see if they even had an idea of what CMOS was, and they didn't even know what it was. So
no.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I was calling all around, and I'm in Minnesota. And I was calling all around, and I mean, I'm online right now, and it's funny because when I got on here, I was doing a lot of research anyway because I have an appointment coming up with the lawyer just to ask some questions about intellectual property and trademarking and all that for my business. Mm-hmm. And I started to look into the NAISC codes, and then I started looking to see if is it what type of supplement? Is it a food, or would it be considered? And again, we did talk about that earlier. And from what I'm looking right here online with the in Minnesota, it would be considered a dietary supplement because it's a mineral. So look up in your state, like if vitamins and minerals, if and dietary supplements, see what comes up with that when you look online. Maybe that would help that way too. But then you said too, it's a topical, and sometimes it's just not used to be eaten. So then where does it fall with that too? So those are kind of questions I'm going to ask to this lawyer when I speak to them as well, because they this is one that they have not put in a box yet, I should say, because it's very popular now. Although it's been around for centuries. I have an old ass herb book, you guys, that I've had forever, and Congress is inside of that book. So
nice.
Yeah. Which I think was pretty dope. But yeah, so finding out all this other business stuff, because now we want to sell it. Like, is it taxable and all this stuff now? It's just a headache and a way for them to be in our pockets, and we're trying to figure out how to help them be in our pocket.
Yeah, it's true. But it's you as you're discussing these problems, it's like I'm feeling like this is part of the reason why we need to form some kind of like association or someone who kind of will go out and answer a lot of these questions and a lot of these like issues, so that we don't have to go and 30 of us have to speak to 30 different lawyers to try and source it out. You know what I mean? If we had one guy that we hired to find the information, and as part of that membership you had access to that guy, you know what I mean, it would be beneficial to everybody. This guy could figure out what is this, different rules for each state, and you come and ask him a question, and his job is to basically just find the answer for you. You know what I mean? And if the that would be real dope. Yeah, but if the association's big enough, you could get that kind of services for charging like $25 a month or $50 a month. Because imagine there's 1,000 of us in a membership, and our membership is say 200 for the year. Right, that's $200,000 that you could spend to hire all these different people to do all this work for one organize. You know what I mean? So every like we could hire a graphics design guy or a label product guy who could put everybody's logos together and their labeling together and their packaging together. We could go and order a container of bottles and sell it to everybody in the organization, because they all need bottles, you know what I mean, and we get the bottles for nothing, and we don't charge money on the bottles, just the cost to bring it in, you know what I mean, because everybody's sharing, you know what I mean. It's almost like a collective kind of thing, but it's
That would be like a cooperative type.
yeah, but it's like
Yeah.
how yeah, but my challenge, the idea has been in for a couple of weeks now, but it's like how do you execute it? How do you form it so that everybody benefits, and what benefits should we have, and what are realistic and what are just not, feasible? Because you don't want to say, "Oh, we're going to do this and do this," and then we start doing it, we get the members, and then we do it, and then it's like, half the things we thought we could do, we can't do because they're not like feasible for whatever reason. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like you have to plan it out before a little bit before we jump in and do
Yeah,
it.
I would say look into how cooperatives are ran. You
Yeah.
know, the ins and outs of a cooperative, and having a board of I forgot the board. Just having a board,
Yeah.
and
Like a
all of
board of
that.
directors or whatever.
There's a way to set it up, and then how like the ideas you just said, write them out, write it down, and then if it deserves its own bullet point, give it its own bullet point, because it's going to need some more research or things added to it. But just to start off, just looking at cooperatives and how that works.
Mm-hmm.
In an organization, and then from there build out to say, okay, this is how to get it going. But now I got to find a team of people who are willing, and able to help get this started,
Yeah.
so that we can roll it out to everyone, because it is not impossible. Like
No.
people do it all the time.
No.
But like you said, it's just how to get it going, and what is
Yeah.
I got it in my head, but I got to get it down on paper.
Yeah.
Then I got to get the people who are down to do it, and let's get it started. Because once the ball starts rolling, trust me, people are going to raise their hands to want to be involved.
Oh, I think it'll be a landslide. It'll be a slam dunk. I'm actually on an organization like I'm a beekeeper by hobby, right? And in Toronto, we have this thing called the Toronto Beekeepers Collective, and I'm on their board of directors. And so we basically, it's a nonprofit kind of organization. We have membership fees, so we pay the memberships, and we collectively manage, I think, one, two, three, 4, 5, I think 7 different site locations across Toronto for hives. And so it's like about 200 people in our organization. And so we go and we, tend the bees, basically produce the honey. We all get together and have a big harvest where we're harvesting the sea moss. I'm so used to saying sea moss, harvesting the honey. And then we all get like a share of the honey share. You know what I mean? So I get a bunch of honey and propolis and pollen from being as part of this membership collective, and that's sort of like the purpose of the organization, is to give urban beekeepers greater access to hives and training by working alongside master beekeepers, who each time we do a site visit or a site inspection or do something in the site, there's always a master beekeeper there. So it's almost like, even though we're managing these hives and training, or managing these hives and working them and getting the honey, we're actually in training at the same time, because every time we go to the site, the guy's there to kind of make sure we do everything right, and he gives a lesson and shows us what we're doing and stuff like that. And so that would be cool to have something like that with Seamoss, but maybe on a different scale, where, what I mean, the services are benefiting the businesses so that they can scale their operations and provide better services. Yeah.
Well, there you have it. You're in that organization for a reason.
Yeah.
And you just kind of shared with us what that reason was. And I would just encourage you to start, like I said, just write it down, make it plain.
Yeah.
And go from there. And I'm down. I'll be one of the first people to say, count me in.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm willing to brainstorm, help out, or build it up with you. And I'm saying, I think that would be dynamic. That'd be dope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it'd be really good. It'd really be good. So I'm reading some of the comments, because as we were talking and I was ranting on, they are having like a side discussion, and they were talking about. So let me just read some of this stuff so that you guys can get an idea. Uh, this was from the question she asked about the Seamoss, like how do you know if it's of good quality and stuff like that. And so this guy Matthew says, as a chef, I would compare it to any vegetable. Once you cook them, they do lose their nutritional value. Most Caribbean folks boil the Seamoss. It's the traditional method. Most people don't even do that in the U.S. They're using the raw Seamoss. Think of also other seaweeds that are being used as food items. You buy them and dehydrate them, or you buy them dry and then rehydrate them. And then she asked a follow up question, kind of saying, "How can I be sure of the quality of the sea moss when it arrives? My understanding that it's only good for about 2 weeks, but 2 weeks from when? When it was taken out of the water, it's been processed. I ordered sea moss from a private seller, and when it arrived, I took the top off, and it exploded across the room and smelled like mold. So I threw it away after spending $30, which pretty sucks. It sounds like, and this is what they're saying, is that it looked like it had, because she had elderberry in it that had probably fermented and had gone bad, which is
right. That's why I don't add anything to any of my sea mosses for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
When I order dry sea moss, and I get it and I store it. And then when I get an order, then I take out some sea moss, clean it, hydrate it, do what I do, soak it, blah, blah. From that time where I hydrate it and blend it up, that's the day I use as the starting point.
Mm-hmm.
And then I tell people it is good for 4 weeks, from that date. So if I did orders today, I did 4 orders today, blended it up and everything. So starting today is the first day of the life of your sea moss, because today is the day I did everything, to prepare it for you. You got 4 weeks, before, any of that happens to it. And I've seen it for myself and other people who got it. For me, it'll last longer than 4 weeks sometimes. I tell them to put it in a refrigerator with the lid off. Don't leave the lid on. But I leave my lid on, but I use it every day. It doesn't last me 4 weeks. Yeah. So I'll tell people that it's not even going to last you 4 weeks. Now, when you're shipping something, if they're not shipping it with dry ice or a cold pack or something like that, you're losing that time while it's being shipped as well. So I tell people, right when you get it, put it in the refrigerator right away. Make sure you smell it, look at it. You're going to be able to tell if something is foul, even if it is sea moss. Trust me, you're going to smell mold. You're going to see mold. I've done a lot of experiments myself. I've seen it. Even with adding stuff to my sea moss, I was like, nope, not adding it to it, because it goes faster that way. Yeah. So I just recommend people get it raw. And then as far as get a gel with nothing to it, add your own elderberry, add your own burdock root, add your own, whatever you need to add to it, so that you can get the full life of your sea moss if you're not going to take it every day. Yeah. Or freeze it. I tell people, you want to get the gel form, cool. Right when you get a what are those ice cube trays? Ice trays. Get an ice tray and freeze it and put it in a freezer safe bag, and it's going to last you for about a year that way, right? So, there's so many ways to do it. People just don't like to read sometimes, or look it up themselves. And although I provide brochures and information on my website, I still get a lot of questions. So that's what I would say to that. I'm gonna stop rambling. I'll shut up.
No. Listen, I appreciate your sharing and your contribution. This whole group and this whole purpose of doing this is for everybody to kind of share their thoughts and stuff like that. Yeah, I like to sit here as the moderator and be the CMOS monk, but the reality is I don't know everything about CMOS. I guarantee there's people that you guys know some stuff that I haven't figured out yet or experienced on my own. So to me, it's like everybody's voice here is valuable and important. We're all here to learn and share and grow, so
agreed. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem, my pleasure, and thank you for sharing everything that you've shared so far. I appreciate it. And
do you have another live room going on or something that can that is engaged with us?
Yes, so I'm streaming live to Facebook and YouTube, and so I have a Facebook page called the Seamoss Buyers Club that I have,
Yeah,
and
I
then
just joined it.
and then I also have the my own company, the St. Lucian Seamoss company that I stream off, and then on YouTube I have a channel called Seamoss Talk, and then there's the St. Lucian Seamoss company, and then I have another channel called Seamoss Life that I haven't really like dropped yet or really talked about. But the idea is that I'm going to start doing interviews and videos with people in St. Lucia, like the farmers and stuff. So my friend's going to link up opportunities for me to talk to different people, and we'll be talking about their life and just CMOS with the farmers, kind of like, and showing what's going on in St. Lucia and on the water and everything.
Okay, what's the YouTube one that you're in right now? I wanted to go there.
Yeah, so on YouTube, if you went and searched the what is it, CMOS, St. Lucian CMOS Company, you'll find the different channels. And I mean, there's the main channel, which most of my videos are there, and then I also have CMOS Talk, which I'm hosting the videos for just CMOS Talk on, and then I also have the CMOS Life. I wonder if there's a way to post the link. Like I can
It
go.
says we are the St. Lucia
Seamoss
Seamoss Company.
Yep.
Okay, all right, found it.
Yeah. And I think I'm gonna find the link to that and see if I can post it in the group. Yeah, I think I can, so that others may find it. Pin a link. Clubhouse is club quite a ways in a year. You know what I mean? Like I remember you can't do like half the stuff that you can do on Clubhouse. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's upgraded, updated a lot. I've been out here for about a year now. A lot of changes.
Yeah. No, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. So, does anybody else in the room? I know some of you guys joined recently. Do you guys have any questions about CMOS, or want to talk about CMOS, or share like your business that you're doing on CMOS? We're all open. Uh, Let me know. No, okay. What were you gonna say, Sean? Well, I've been making sea moss for like 7 months, and it first started out with just selling the raw sea moss, and and I was like, let's go ahead and make the gel. So I started doing the gel. I was doing the gold, of course, the purple and the green, and then, but it wasn't until I started doing all the flavors and mixing all the herbs with it that everyone started to gravitate to that. Because you know what I'm saying. One thing about people, they want benefits of the raw sea moss, but if it don't taste well, it's hard to give it to them. Mm-hmm. And I've been putting the fruit were fresh fruit, and I've been telling the people like for 2 weeks. I was just giving inspiration date on it for like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks tops, because I have it in my refrigerator, and I know for a fact that certain types of fruit, they go bad faster than others. Like I had pineapple, that pineapple and mango. Mm-hmm. Man, it's just the lifespan of it was like terrible. I mean, you probably get like a good 2 weeks tops. But strawberry, I had strawberry and peach. Now the strawberry lasts a bit longer, but the peach lasts the longest. Mm-hmm. But most of my people, they like those flavors, and I'm not mad at them because my wife, I tried to get her to take raw sea moss, and she was not having that. Like she's like, no, I'm good on that. I was like, man, come on, try, it's good for you. Then she was like, bro, huh? So I finally, my bad, that was actually, are you good? I finally added the fruit, and everyone started gravitating to that. But just like y'all was saying, I don't like to add fruit because I'm not giving the full potential of the raw sea moss. But if it helps them, I'm with it. Also with the
elderberry and different types of burdock root. I've been adding that in there for. That's the only way I can take it now. I know we had mentioned something about as far as once you start taking the gold sea moss, it's like, okay, your body starts to adapt to that, and then your benefits start to like plateau. Mm-hmm. So then the next thing you can go is the purple. Like you were saying earlier, the green sea moss is almost like a cleanser with chlorophyll benefits, yeah, like that. And it's almost, I think you get the regular benefits of the sea moss as well. Mm-hmm. And the purple sea moss just it's just like the top of the top as far as like, I think with the Raciolera species of the sea moss. So once I had started taking the purple, I was like, oh yeah, this is it. I'm not going back to anything else because I wasn't seeing any benefits. So once I plateaued on the purple, I was like, what's next? I seen this video and it was like add elderberry and ginger. So once I did that, I was like, oh yeah, this is the way to go. And I added to my mother-in-law, Seamoss, and she has like diabetes, she had like a lot of inflammation and stuff like that. And she was like, oh my God, I can't believe this works so good. So it's been like a life changer for her. She's been on it ever since. But some people don't like to add the herbs, but you add the herbs to those people, sea moss, it really makes a difference in their life because they will tell me, they're coming back like, hey, um, I don't want anything else but the herbs now because they, like I said, after so long of taking the regular kind, they kind of plateau on it. So I add the herbs and the lifespan. I'd say about 3 weeks. I try to leave. I try to experiment with like leaving it out a little bit. You will see like the different kind of mold, spreads, something like that. Get on the sea moss. But I think the refrigerating life, I'll say a good 3 weeks. A good 3 weeks with the herbs, maybe 4 if you and I also leave the top on mine. I wouldn't think about leaving the top off because of just like the bacteria that's in the refrigerator or anything like that, like something that might not cover it, might get some bacteria on there or something like that. That's just me thinking. But definitely, I keep the top on there, and I take the herbs with like black. I'm the type of guy I like getting I like getting like a whole wham shebang with like one jar. So I add all kind of herbs, like as far as like the elderberry, the burdock root, the ginger, and ashwagandha powder, and it's like the best thing. But yeah,
that's like a multivitamin kind of thing, a power pack.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. I'm that type of guy. Like if I can get all this in one, why not? And also, we was talking about giving it to the pets too. You know what I'm saying? So I've been giving it to my dog, and I've been seeing benefits with that as well. But
yeah, I'm
here to give sea moss water to their plants. I had seen that a while, like years ago, and I thought that was pretty like using it for that. So I'm sure if it works for us, it's gonna work for our pets too. And there's a lot of people who love to have that extra and that added stuff to it. I get calls and questions a lot, asking if my sea moss has any of those things in it, and I say no. But I know there's other people that do, so that's more business for them, and that's great. I have those herbs here, and I'll make it for myself, like my own little sea moss container. I'll do that and try it myself, but just haven't, I don't want to add it to mine, but I just give other people that business because I know people have it out there, and people don't want to make it themselves. They want to find somebody who's going to make it the way they want to make it. You know what I mean? I think it's pretty dope. As far as having the top off, that sea moss is so dope, right? Mm-hmm. Nothing can. Sea moss is not going to smell your refrigerator, and nothing, no smells, no odors, and none of that gets into the sea moss. I can't think right now what it is. There's something in it, or something about sea moss that does not. It's kind of like baking soda. You know what I mean? When you put baking soda, it absorbs stuff in there, but sea moss don't absorb anything, and it doesn't give out anything either. I had read this a while ago about Seamoss storage. When you said that, it made me think of that. But I know that it helps it to last longer if you keep the top off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you have to let it breathe.
Yeah, look into it. I can't think right now. I'm sorry. But okay. Yes, I read that. Man, I think in the beginning, when I started, it's been over a year now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my experience is when you don't open up
That's great advice.
when you don't open the lid up enough, then the gases, as the thing is sort of dying out, that speeds up the process on the mold. And so that's why I think, like, if you leave the lid off, it will last longer.
It's another thing too.
Yeah.
For the Seamoss applesauce. There's one lady who gets Seamoss from me, and she makes Seamoss applesauce.
Right.
I do it for my daughter. My daughter is 5. I've been giving her Seamoss, since she was 3. Mm-hmm. And the only way I can get her to take it is if I make a smoothie. I make fruit smoothies, all kind of stuff. And then I did the applesauce too, and she loves it. But that's another one, like to market for the kids, for the little ones. Just to give you that idea, try it out.
I've tried it all. I promise you, I'm one of those guys that's like, let's do it, And I did the Seamoss gummies, and they worked really good. My son, you all see him. I got videos of him just smacking on it. He has his own little personal snack bag. He just sit there in this little spot and just.
That's cute.
Right, he's like my little.
I tried the fruit roll-ups and I failed. Right. I felt like if I could have did them again, I would have, but it just takes too much time, too much work. I bought a dehydrator and everything, and I was like, you know what? I'm not about this life. This takes too long. I'm gonna charge $20 for one roll-up.
Thanks, because that was my next thing to do. I was looking at it like, you gotta have fresh food, then you gotta lay it out on the sheet of what kind of paper, something like that. Put it in the oven. I'm like, nah.
I did it one time. They turned out pretty good. Some of them were just falling apart, and I made them like little Seamoss fruit chips, and they were good. But I was like, I'm not doing this again.
Yeah, definitely, because a lot of people want to get, especially with going back to school and stuff like that. They want to get those kids as much healthy things in their body and build their immune system up as much as possible. Because you'll be able to tell the difference. Like, you'll be able to tell the difference if someone has a cold and they not been taking, like, their immune system haven't been boosted, like taking, like, stuff like, I'm just going to say Seamoss and, like, elderberry, because once you build that immune system up, your cold, it doesn't last at all, like, immediately. Like, say, for instance, it might take a normal person, like, a week. If you've been taking Seamoss and elderberry, I say 3 days, and you're going to be, like, ready to go. I don't want to sound like somebody. I just thought about something, but I'm not going to say it. But you know how they was like, come back in 5 days, you're good. But anyway.
No, I know what you mean. My how do you say it? My colds don't last for long at all. Like 2 days or 3 days, I'm sick, and if that,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have been sick all year long. I mean, like, which is normal for me because, I'm just this type of person that doesn't get sick as much. But I have noticed, like, my lymph nodes will swell, and that's it,
Mm-hmm.
But like any kind of symptoms of sniffling or sneezing or coughing or mucus coming out, nothing at all.
Wow.
But,
Nice.
Yeah. That's why I love Seamoss so much. I've been trying to get everyone in my family to take it. And they're so old school, like, no, I get like 100 questions. You think you're a doctor, don't you? I'm like, nah. But I'm trying to save the world by giving them Seamoss and herbs.
Look, I always tell everybody we are a doctor in our own right. Just because you didn't go to school to get a PhD and have student loans up the ass, that don't mean that you ain't, we know our bodies and we do just as much research. A lot of us do anyway. I know I do. We read, just like they had to read and do all type of experiments and read. There's those books and stuff are available to us too, and we get a lot of information. So yes, I tell people I am my own doctor. I'm not sure as I am my own, but there's a lot that I can tell you about myself and probably can help you out too. So stick to that. Don't let them tell you what you ain't.
Right. I seen your page. I said something about a holistic healer or something like that, or you just interested into it?
No, I'm not like certified as a holistic healer, nothing like that. Just as what I said to you, I have healed myself and learned a lot about nutrition, food, health, all type of remedies on my own and from other people too. I have herb books, all this stuff available out here to us, and I'm that in my own right, not by someone telling me I got a certified stamp. Like, no. But
I
yeah,
just found out that you know that they got like leaves, herbs, and you got like barks and the roots, right? Someone told me that you're supposed to boil the roots and the barks, but not the leaves.
I boiled the barks and the root and all that too. Leaves, I really haven't. I normally don't really get leaves. When I think of leaves, I think of cutting them up. Like
into like a tea or something.
Just like when you squeeze it, to get it to activate, type thing. Because how else would you abstract the oil from it or the aroma from a leaf? You know what I mean? You have to do something to it. You're not gonna freeze it. So I mean, I would think steeping it. Even if you don't boil it, just steep it in some water, room temperature water, and just let it, do its thing in some steeped water versus boiling it. I understand why you would have to boil bark or stuff like that, because that's really going to pull out of it what needs to be pulled out of it. But there's so many amazing books that I've seen, even at half price books, or just go online. Like gardening books are so dope, especially when it comes to this kind of stuff. And herb books too. Like it tells you how to extract the oils and the flavors from the leaves and from the barks and all that stuff too. Really, really good stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
How do you do your elderberry? Do you steep that as well, or do you boil it?
I don't have elderberry. If I did get it, I think, you know what, one time I did buy it from this place called Present Moment here in the city. And they have every herb that I can think of. I love that store. It's like my heaven. And I got it once, and I think I did steep it, and then I just blended like the whole thing. And then I did.
Really?
Yeah, like I'm not getting rid of anything. Like your pills, your seeds, everything has so much benefits in it. Use them. Find a way that you can use them. Use them. So yeah, that's what I did. Same thing with the burdock root. When I did that, I blended it all. I boiled it and I did all of that, but I didn't discard anything. I'm keeping everything. But that's just me because everything has a benefit to it, So, but yeah, normally I'll just buy it in a syrup or something like that, just to go support another small business. That's already doing it because I don't want to have to do the work for everything. I'll go pay somebody else who did the work.
And I think that's something that's important to do for us as businesses, to work with each other. Like, why is it that one person, you know what I mean? Like, why should we all make our own elderberry syrup when there's someone that's probably making good elderberry syrup that we could all utilize, you know what I mean? And probably it will end up saving everybody money, you know what I mean? Because we're all sharing that you know what I mean? I don't know.
Right.
No, I agree totally. Just like if that organization you talked about, because people do add so much to their Seamoss. People add herbs, people add, like you said, fruit, all kind of stuff. There's people who have farms. I mean, there's so many ways that we can come together and, help other businesses out and have a one-stop shop like for our businesses. I think that would be dope. But yeah, it one person you rub my back, I scratch yours. That's how we grow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how they do it a lot in St. Lucia. Like one farmer doesn't have enough CMOS to supply their markets. Generally, they have to go and work with other farmers, to supply them. And then on the flip side, when that person gets a big sale, they hook them up with CMOS of what they have. It goes back and forth over time, so that everybody kind of makes a little bit of money.
That's how I think that would be dope. I really hope that's something that you put together, um, and really work towards. I think that would be really, really cool.
Yeah, I'm starting the sort of, I guess, the foundation of it. You know what I mean? Putting the together sort of like the idea, what it would be called. What would be the benefits to the membership. You know what I mean? I think there needs to be a component with CMOS, like suppliers, like I guess the exporters, the ones that are selling from the various countries. Like, how do we get it so that they're, approved, like not approved. You know what I mean? Like they're like a verified seller, so that, because one of the problems I see too is that there's often breakdowns in the relationship between the buyer and the seller, because the seller is doing some of the practices that they do. Well, it's not like they're not trying to scam the person, but it becomes suspect to them. You know what I mean? like like not being able to take PayPal and insisting on Western Union, whereas most North Americans
Right.
are told never to pay by Western Union. You know what I mean? So, but that's their only option. You know what I'm saying? So, but what if you had a list of vendors where you could say, okay, well, these guys are proven that if there's a problem, you can come to the association and they can contact them directly to say, hey, what happened with this sale here? You know what I mean? This person placed their order, they never received their CMOS. What's going on? And then hopefully, us being the association and them making good money from the business that we send them, that they'll, what I mean, no matter what, they're
Yeah,
willing.
they'll follow up. Like that's the only reason why they'll be listed and labeled on the
Yeah,
website or with the organization, because they are proven to be a legitimate seller. You know what I mean?
exactly.
So they would be willing to, and they would have to work
Yes,
with us and be willing to work with their customers to even be a part of it. Period.
exactly. That's the idea. You know what I mean? And then that brings in some safety and some security to the purchasing end. And then these guys need to, they'll make sure that, when it comes to a member buying from them, you're like, oh, your association member. Shit, okay, I got to make sure that you get good CMOS, because if you're not happy, you could tell your other partners, you know what I mean, the other people, or you could send the CMOS back and make a complaint, or I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, just having the name and the organization, I feel like as a group will lend some power and leverage to have some consumer protection.
Yeah, I agree, and I think everything else will just fall in line like it's supposed to once you get all the appropriate, you know, processes in place or systems in place, departments in place. It'll all flow, and I think it'll flow just fine. I think there would hardly be any complaints, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like especially once you've already kind of did all of that work up front for everyone. You know what I mean? At that point, it's just a dispute between the company who sold the CMOS and the business who bought it from them, maybe. But other than that, I think doing the legwork up front takes a lot of the work out for all the other businesses, because that's what the organization is there for, right? That's what they're paying for.
Mm-hmm.
So everything should just be smooth sailing from there. And it just should flow and operate like where everyone's just winning all around.
Yeah, no, that's the idea. You know what I mean? And even like one of the ideas I had, and I'm exploring now, is like, all the businesses would need like marketing help. So let's hire a marketing company, or even build a marketing company. Do you know what I mean? That it's just an in-house marketing like department for all the members, that when they need to, you know what I mean, run Facebook ads, that they can go to this guy and say, okay, can you look into my Facebook account and set my ads up, or what, you know what I mean, and have some kind of team that can do, because I know I've had people approach me to have us manage, sorry, to manage our advertising for us, and they were asking like $1,000 a month just to manage the ads. Do you know what I mean? So imagine we went to them and said, "Hey, give us a better rate. We have a 500 membership or whatever," and they give it to us for like 250 or $500. You know what I mean? Because we're buying it as one group. You know, or we just hire a guy and pay him 2,000 a month just to handle everybody's ad. 5 days a week or 3 days. You know what I mean? Like, there's power in numbers.
All right.
Yeah.
Could be done.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta put the ideas together. I gotta stop talking about it as much and put more time in it. Which I have been lately, especially when I did that breathing thing. Like, there was a lot of how do I say it, mental roadblocks that I had, or like that was prohibiting me from really kind of putting things down on paper. And it was like that day after I was done, I started putting a whole bunch of. I was just motivated to get the stuff out of my head, which was a good thing. So on the live stream here, Matthew is saying the Western Union thing was hella scary at first. Sending people money and you don't know them almost dropped me from getting into the biz. And then he's like, I didn't know that PayPal is a problem for people outside of the US. It takes a long time for them to get their money. Yeah, it's a super problem. I mean, it's hard because a lot of these people don't even have the ability to have a bank account. Like, it's super hard in St. Lucia to get it. It was hard for me to get a bank account in St. Lucia. Like, I literally had to almost put the bank manager in a headlock. I called the head office and made a complaint and suggested that they were being racist towards me. Like, I really had to pull out some heavy duty cards because I like and insinuations because I couldn't understand, and they were treating me like I was a criminal, like I was ready to scam the bank and the whole country. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, I'm trying to live down here. I need a way to send my money. You know what I mean? And my dad had a bank account in the same bank that I was trying to get the account with. And my grandma used to bank there for years. That she knew the bank lady on a first name basis. Like, my dad was just like, go down there and get a bank account. And when I went there, they turned me away. He was like, what? They turned you away? I'm like, yeah. He's like, go back again. I literally went for, I think, every day for like 2 weeks. I walked to the bank every day and applied for the bank account, and they would turn me down all the time. Like, and they would just come up with like oh, well, you don't have this piece of ID, or you don't have this letter, or we need this like documentation. And it's just like what is like how hard is it to get a bank account? Sorry, I didn't mean to rant on about that, but I was just remembering my story about it. So I can only imagine how it is with these guys. And so Western Union is their only option, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
I was in the same way because if they didn't have an app or something like that, then I wouldn't even order Seamoss. I was like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, same here. I have to have a trusted source. I'm not Western Union money to nobody. Like, especially I don't got the product first. Like, how about you send me the product first and then I reimburse you? But it's not gonna happen that way because you're asking me to trust you and just send you the money first and then you send me the product. Like, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Unless it's a trust. So right now, like, I get an invoice sent to me and I pay the invoice. I have the person's email, website, phone number. You know what I mean? Everything. Yeah. And I've had the continued vendor, since I've been doing it. But I had to be able to trust that person. Like, believe me, like I'm not setting up an account and blindly sending nobody a large lump sums of money and waiting for something to come for me in the mail. It's not happening unless they can be verified.
No, it's not easy at all. You know what I mean? One of the things that we're trying to see if it can be worked out is to in St. Lucia, they have this product called Penny Pinch. It's like an app that you use to make purchases and stuff. Like you can go to Kentucky Fried Chicken and order and use the money off your Penny Pinch app and stuff. And so we want to see if there's a way that we could start paying out the farmers, um, what I mean, through this penny pitch app. And the idea is that if we start doing it and it catches on, then it would, they'll, like, if they're using it for us and they have another buyer, they might say to the buyer, okay, well, just pay me by penny pinch, right? And for a foreigner, you can get the app and you can actually pay from your debit card in, like, you can withdraw on your debit card into the app and then pay through there, and then the person's like a registered user and stuff like that. And so I don't know, we'll see. Hopefully that will be kind of like the new, like, go-to method for paying the Seamoss sellers, their farmers on the island. Yeah.
So Venmo, PayPal, shoot, Cash App. I mean, like, is that like not available or an option?
Not an option for 90% of those. The only way it's an option is if they have a family member in the States that can set that up for them. You know what I mean? Which they, a lot of them do have it, right? But then it just takes a long time for them to get their money and stuff. The Western Union is the way to go. One of the ways we do it is that there's a bank down there. Um, it's a CIBC bank, and we transfer the money, like we do a debit card wire, I think it's called, or some kind of global transfer. And that's the fastest, cheapest way that we've been able to send them out. But that's me sending money to my partner who's getting it right into his bank account. You know what I mean? We have a relationship. We've been, you know, I just send him money. I don't even know how much Seamoss he buys with it. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. Because we have that trust and that, respect for each other. And I mean, we're both in it. You know what I mean? Like, we both have the skin. It's not a relationship where it's like I'm buying from him and he's selling to me. It's like, we're getting the CMOS together and selling it and sharing the profits at the end. I don't think anybody is really doing that in St. Lucia besides us. Crypto for CMOS would save all of that. Yes and no. So someone on the live stream was saying about sending money through crypto. The problem is that many of the people, the farmers and stuff, they don't have access to transfer that crypto to cash, and so they need this cash when they sell their CMOS. They usually have bills that they need to pay. They have employees that work for them and stuff like that, and so you know yeah, if it's in crypto and Bitcoin, then it's not going to be as beautiful for them.
Right. Yeah, not right now anyway. Maybe down the line as they start perfecting that a lot more, and that's the only option we have, with this new system that we're all going towards. Who knows, if we're going to have to start doing everything, through crypto or online or, electronically. But in the meantime, this electronic thing seems like that's the only option. Like, bank wires, even, wow.
Yeah, bank wires can get expensive. You know what I mean? Unless you're spending like large amounts at a time. I don't know. To me, it's cheaper to send it by Western Union. The cheapest way I've found to send money, especially by Western Union, is to go online and utilize the online method, and you pay them in their local currency. And so when you do that, the exchange rate that you get from Western Union, it allows it to, like, you end up sending them more money with the exchange rate. And so it seems like you're paying a high fee, but when you look at the total conversion of what you sent to what they received in their currency, it's it's nominal. You know what I mean? Like, the fee is just it's almost worked into the rate. The rate's so good that you don't even notice that you paid the fee. So That's my experience, at least using the Western Union online or the app on my phone to send it.
Western Union should be so advanced at this point that, you know, everything, it should just be so different.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where you could just pick up your phone and do something with your phone or make a phone call, and it's just effortless. It's just
it's pretty effortless for me. I pay using my credit card, and I use the app, and I just kind of pull up the app. You know what I mean? I have the kind of people that I send to most already stored in there, and I say how much money, and then I run it off my card, and then I get points from the card. I love sending by Western Union this way because it, like I said, it gives me the points when I'm sending all that money.
Good to know. I didn't even know that. I don't use it. I just thought you had to go in and fill out the Western Union paper and
No.
Do all that.
No, don't. I don't do any of that. I put it all on the app. There's like a phone app that they have now. Yeah. And then, like I said, the fee and the exchange rate, it's almost like you're not paying the fee. Like I don't notice it at all.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, even Matthew here on the live stream, he says the app is great. I send money to Jamaica, Tanzania, and St. Lucia, no problems. Yeah. So, and I noticed, Maria, you're here. Welcome. Did you get your Seamoss yet, Maria? I know. I'm pretty sure I shipped it out. I know it comes pretty fast.
Hey, everyone. No, I haven't gotten yet, so most likely tomorrow.
Well, maybe or maybe not because it's a holiday tomorrow. That's what's really messed up the last like 2 weeks of orders is like all this holiday scheduling. It's fucking crazy. Yeah.
It's so irritating. I shipped Seamoss off, and they told me it's gonna take. It was on a Tuesday, and they're like, "Okay, they'll get there next Tuesday." And I'm looking at, I'm like, "Are you serious?" When I used to ship Seamoss, to get there like in a day or two. Like, what the heck? And they're like, "Oh, the holidays." At first, it was always COVID. You know, now it's the holidays, but now the holidays is gone. It's gonna be COVID again.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But that's true though.
If it's not one thing, it's another. Always. You know what I mean? It's just
I start telling my people ahead of time and announcing it. If don't order ahead of time because during the holidays this could happen.
Mm-hmm. Yusuf, is that a recent picture of you or an old picture of you?
No, I made that's fake.
Oh. Yeah. Because at first I'm like, this is Yusuf, and I'm like, I wonder if that's the same Yusuf. And I go and I look, and I'm like, oh my god, he changed so much. Like, so for those guys that don't know, I know Yusuf for a long time. He buys Seamoss, but we've also him, Maria, and have you guys seen Kevin lately? I have not heard Kevin. I think he's blocked me. I don't know. But we used to do a live stream on Instagram, and the four of us used to sit and chat for hours on Seamoss. I missed that.
Yeah, we got like Julien up until I think like 3-4 a.m. EST.
Yeah. We were the originals, the up all nighters.
I actually wanted to get some herbs. Because I know he was saying that he left some with you.
Yeah, so we had a little bit of a issue.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and that's why I'm wondering, like, has he blocked me? Because in the end,
Probably so.
yeah. Okay, my first number one mistake was I didn't weigh his stuff when he came in. Right, so I didn't weigh it to confirm everything that he said was there. Right, and then so when I'm selling the herbs, Yusuf, you've gotten herbs from him. The stuff is full of sticks and it's not clean.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm selling it to people on his behalf, and these people are like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" You know what I mean? Like, I used to sell weed, right? So to me, it's like, you can't put all this twigs in your buds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the same as bladder rack. Like you'll have like sticks. I personally just get the sticks and I just boil it for myself.
Yeah, but it's so yeah. So it's like, some of the stuff I didn't save, like I couldn't sell it. You know what I mean? It was just raw stuff, and I said that stuff to him. You know what I mean? And so all the time when you say it, he's like, yeah, 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 yeah. And then when it's a problem, he's like, whoa, whoa, what about this? What? So it was like, he expected me to kind of, how he is. He gave me the herbs. I said I'd help him sell it. It turned into him expecting me to sell it for him. I told him from the beginning, I am busy with the CMOS. I don't have time to start some herb thing. I'll try it, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So in the end, I ended up sending the CMOS, or the CMOS, the herbs, back to some guy that he wanted me to ship them to. But when it came time to weigh it, it was like the weight was off, and so he was like, "Well, where's the rest of it?" And I'm like, "What do you mean, where's the rest of it? I sold whatever you sold. I gave you the money right away. Like, dude, you were the moment I made the sale, you were on me to send the money that minute. You know what I mean?" Like if it was longer than 2 hours, he was freaking out, calling me all the time. There was more stress dealing with him on the transactions than actually with the CMOS. It was, and then the whole time I bought pimento leaves off him. The guy was holding like 400 of my money. So it was like, how are you breaking me about this money when you have money for me? Like you have my money and you haven't sent my stuff. So, anyways, in the end, he kind of tried to insinuate that I made money off his herbs, and I kind of flipped out, and because there was absolutely no way would I have done that. You know what I mean? And so we left it at kind of like whatever, and and then I didn't hear from him for a long time, and then he came on the CMOS group and started trying to trash talk St. Lucian CMOS. So I flipped out on him and told him his and I told him his herbs were trash, and I think he got all offended.
Well, you guys heard it here first. Well, actually.
Oh, dude, I'll tell the truth. I don't give a shit. Like it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's exactly why I said that. Yeah, I'm not surprised, right?
Yeah, I know.
Herbs don't ship good.
No.
The only thing that ship good is his China root. That's the only thing.
What kind of herbs did he give you again? I'm actually really curious.
He gave a lot. The sarsaparilla came out okay. The Cheney root he had came out okay. The soursop leaves spoiled. The cherry root he spoiled. There was a few other ones that spoiled too. You know what I mean? And I showed them all, and he still wanted me to sell them to people. And I was like, I'm not selling them to any, like that's part of the reason why, like he wanted me to sell the herbs for, and I'm like, there's no way I'm selling any of this to my customers, like anybody that I know. You want to bring someone to me and ask me to sell it to them, that's your business. You know what I mean? But
I'm said the same thing to him as well.
Huh?
Yusuf was saying the same thing to him as well.
Yeah.
It's moist.
Yeah. Because he's trying to keep the weight on it. You know what I mean? And this is sometimes when you're trying to cut corners or trying to squeeze that extra dollar out of something, you ruin the whole thing. It's better just to be honest and play straight, and then you don't have to worry about any, like, you know what I mean? Like if this, how do I say it? If I know you like the CMOS a certain way and I don't have that CMOS, I'm going to tell you I don't have that CMOS. Do you know what I mean? This is what I have, and I'd rather you rather not make a sale and keep you happy than send you some stuff that I know you're gonna think is trash, and then you're upset at me.
And look, he pretty much put you in a situation. Of course, you're gonna know better, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he put you in a situation where like this would have gave you a bad name. Like, let's say you sold it to me, right? And it's like, oh, I kind of looked at you a little bit more higher than that. Why are you selling me this type of like moist herb? Where it could go bad, or it could have been like moldy already.
Yeah, it's not safe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And some of the stuff I wouldn't sell to certain people. Like I would show it to them and say, "Here, this is what it looks like," and they're like, "Oh, that's mold," and I'm like, "Yeah, you know, kind of is." You know what I mean? What do you want me to say?
A lot of this stuff came soggy as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of stuff came spoiled.
Yeah, because he wasn't drying it out. He wasn't. He was trying to just rush it and make more money. Like a lot of this, and see, this is the same thing with the fake CMOS. A lot of this fake CMOS that people think is fake, it's really just like overly hydrated CMOS. Yeah, bad quality. You know what I mean? Oh, you know what, Yusuf? That reminds me. Like, you remember when we were talking about the fake CMOS and stuff like that, and growing in the pools and stuff. So I found a company. I think they're in New Brunswick, and they're making their own proprietary Condorus crispus for use in restaurants.
Yeah, it looks better.
Yeah, it's all rainbowy like.
Anything is wrong with it because it actually is grown with seawater. If the seawater is pumping in and out, it's filtered and it goes back into the sea. So the only difference is it's not growing directly on a rock or whatever. It's just growing in flowing water. Mm-hmm. So I don't see anything wrong with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I want to mention to everybody here, like Yusuf is the only person I've met or spoken to who's actually seen an opera, like a CMOS pool grown operation, or them growing CMOS in tanks. Because like until I met him, I was convinced that there was no operation in existence because it's just the cost and the logistics and the feasibility and stuff like that. But like you're saying, they're getting around a lot of that by pumping in the seawater.
It's actually cheaper to do that once you get the equipment. You don't have to really worry about too many people. You don't have to worry about ropes or really going in the water. Like it's expensive, I guess, to buy the equipment to do it. But or you may have to own a lot of land to do it close to the sea, I guess.
Mm-hmm. True. To pump in that stuff because you need to be really close to the sea because otherwise, yes, it's the Arcadian company in Canada. That's the company that does the whatchamacallit, makes the fake Condorus crispus with the flowers and stuff. The flowery stuff. It's pretty cool.
That's so funny. What company is it?
The Arcadian company in Canada.
Oh, okay, I see it on. Oh wow, Matthew even commented.
Yeah. I could pull it up the link here. ARCID. The worst speller.
Hey, quick, I'm going to cut you guys off. It was nice chopping it up with you guys. I'm happy I'm at a Seamoss community. So,
yes.
I'll be paying attention and watching to come in and build with you guys again later on. I got to get my 5-year-old situated. So,
yeah, it's getting late.
I'll talk to you all soon and hope to hear from you soon.
No problem, Faith. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you for sharing all your experiences and your knowledge and stuff like that. It's really helpful. And I look forward to seeing you come back again, and even us talking more about how we can put together this association. Because I know I'm not going to be able to do it by myself, and at the same time, I don't want to do it by myself because I want to make sure that it's something that everybody has some input in it so that it benefits as many people as possible. Do you know what I mean? Like I can create it in a way that benefits me or it suits my agenda, but it's not going to go far that if I do it that way, as opposed to getting everybody involved and seeing where the real problems lay between all these different sellers,
For sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care.
Cool. So, what do you guys want to talk about next? Seamoss is sand pubes? Okay. I don't know if I want to talk about that. Sorry, I'm reading the comments on the live stream. Someone just said that Seamoss is is sand pubes.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, I know. They kind of look like a little weird, jiggly kind of thing. I mean, actually, you know what? If those like, if okay, I'm not even gonna.
I think Christine wanted to chime in.
Yeah, what did you want to say, Christine? Let's talk.
Hey, how are you guys doing? It's almost midnight here, so almost good morning. I'm on the East Coast, U.S.
Yes.
I'm glad I found your room. I have been using Seamoss for quite a while. It's helped me a lot. I've got a pretty bad autoimmune condition, but I've done a lot of things to turn that around. And one of the things I use is Seamoss. I've been kind of trying to learn more about Seamoss. I'm thinking about getting into selling Seamoss in my area. And then I get a little confused about the Chondrus crispus versus the stuff that we're talking about out of your area. I got some Chondrus crispus, and honestly, I can't tell where it's from. It might even be from Maine, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting because I used to have some the lighter type the gracilaria, I think, and it made a gel. And I've got this Chondrus crispus. I got quite a bit of it. It's not really gelling for me. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong there, but I'm just really interested because I think I might get into doing something with this, and I'm here in Dayton, Ohio. So thanks for having me.
You're welcome, Chris.
Crispus is the gel. It's better if you dry it out and try to make powder.
Got it. Yeah, that's what I was wondering because it didn't seem like that's what you do with it. Thank you.
But Maria, you have some good recipes on how to make the gel because you make it a lot, right? Or like that's one of the products you sell.
Yeah, so Chondrus crispus, like when you do your research about it, like it'll show that its environment is in cold water compared to the golden Seamoss. Which is usually in like warm hot water, right? So the trick with Chondrus crispus is that you do have to add, after you rinse it really properly, you do have to add warm water to it. That's how it blends much more properly.
Okay, so they did see a recipe where it was kind of warmed up in a saucepan and then gelled. I didn't do that one.
Oh yeah, like the older folks, they do tend to. It's kind of like their way of doing it, their traditional methods. They do boil it. So I don't know. Everyone does things differently, but yeah, I guess that could be a way to do it.
So you do it with just warm waters?
Yeah, I do it with warm water. I personally don't like that concept of boiling.
No, neither do I. I'm raw vegan. I don't really cook a whole lot of stuff, so. Okay.
Oh, nice. Good for you. That's like my goals. That's so much easier.
Yeah. It's simple. It's not easy all the time, but it is simple.
Okay.
It simplifies your life a little bit. I'll tell you what, going plant-based and high raw did a lot for me from a health perspective. It really did. So thank you. I'll try that. And is it the same? And then maybe it's less water too. I can't tell.
Yes,
the blender too.
I've got my good blender, and I blended it up, and I tried less water, more Seamoss, but I didn't try warm. So I will do that. I'm sorry if I interrupted you. Is it less water than when you do the warm water type?
Yeah. Sorry, I heard you was gonna say something, but yes, try that out. Sorry, I forgot to add that. I do put less water with that one with the golden Seamoss. We do tend to add a little bit more compared to the Chondrus. So yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Cool. And so you're thinking about getting into the business, Christine? Like, do you have any questions about starting it?
I like the idea of it because I think that there's such a lack of knowledge about the benefits of Seamoss. And I know in my area, I don't think that there's a lot of people using it. I've got a juice bar down the street. There's a great guy that owns it. He's got Seamoss in there in the jars, gelled. It's in the freezer section. And actually, I was in there trying to check it out, and the guy, there was one of his staff people was talking to this guy, and I was waiting to talk to somebody because I actually was out of my Seamoss, and I was going there to just see what they had. I knew they had something because I know they put Seamoss in their smoothies. And I was also going to check out where they're getting it from, just to kind of get an idea of what's going on in my town. And the guy who figures the person, the salesperson was talking, or the store person was talking to, was the distributor of the Seamoss, and he's out of Columbus. I'm in Dayton, and he's coming. I guess he's from this town. It's about an hour away, and he brings it down. And he must have high demand though, because he was coming there to borrow some out of the freezer to take to somewhere else.
Oh wow!
So they were like, "Yeah, we don't mind sharing," and they were putting about 6 or so jars in a box for him. And he was going off somewhere else with it. So, I don't want to disrupt what he's doing, but I just think that there's probably a pretty underserved market here.
Huge, everywhere.
Yeah. So I'm interested in it. I bought some, and I was looking at, kind of doing that. And I'm just kind of interested in ways to maybe get started with that. Yeah. So I'm glad I found this room.
Even like that store could probably handle like 2 or 3 different vendors like in the store. Like I know there's one place up the street in my house, and this guy, it's called New Kingston Market, and they sell like from 4 different vendors. You know what I mean, including myself, and then I also sell to him, which he puts his own label on it. So that's another you know what I mean. So and that's out of one small, like maybe 700 square foot store.
Yeah, I'm interested in that and the products. And also, one thing I noticed is the guy out of Columbus, and maybe it's just what they have right now, but I don't think so because I asked the store. He only had flavored. Mm-hmm. And I don't want flavored Seamoss, so yep. I can imagine there's some other people that probably don't either.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And that could even be like some people want flavored Seamoss. Some people want the Seamoss like thick. Some people want it thin. You know what I mean? There's almost like there's a room for everybody to kind of get their own little bite out of the market, so to speak. And it's still growing. Most of these people that are coming in the store don't even know what Seamoss is about. You know what I mean?
Well, I found out too, even these juice bar folks, which they're pretty. I mean, this juice bar, this guy had like cancer and some other disease, and he healed himself. All this stuff. He's really into, a lot of supplements and health food. So it's more of a health food store, but it's a juice bar. And the owner wasn't there, but he had his right-hand guy there that trains with him, in some natural healing places. And long story short, I was talking. That's the guy he kind of defaults to take care of his store. And I'm not that versed. I know enough about Seamoss. I've got a few books, and I read about it online, but that's all I know. And I knew more than he did. He didn't know the difference between the different types of Seamoss. He really didn't know what was what. So that was interesting to me. And I used to sell pathology. I was in medical sales. I did pathology services for 20 years. Sales, not pharmaceutical drugs, but pathology service sales. Mm-hmm. But so I'm kind of used to detailing people on stuff, and I was kind of surprised, just in the basic quick talking to him, he really had no idea what he was selling. So.
There's a lot of people that have no idea what they're really selling. Part of the problem is that they're afraid to, at least this is my belief, that they're afraid to admit that they don't know what they're selling. Do you know what I mean? So therefore they don't open their minds enough to learn about what they're selling. They just watch a couple things and say, oh, well, this is what it is, because you'll notice they'll have the species names wrong. They'll call Garcilaria Condorus crispus, they'll call it Irish moss and this and that, and it's like everybody has their own, I guess, take on it or whatever, but there's not a lot of consistency in the information, basically.
Yeah, I noticed he didn't know the difference between Irish Seamoss and Gracilaria or he didn't know any of that.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I like I said, I knew more than he did. I didn't know a lot at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of, he got kind of not defensive. I was really just trying to ask him questions, so I knew what he was doing there. Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, actually, that's not really Irish Seamoss, and he's like, well, it's all Irish Seamoss. I said, okay, well, I'm not going to argue. I didn't want to argue with him or whatever, but it was kind of interesting. So,
and you see, sorry to cut you off, but I just want to say, and you see how he got defensive, right?
Yes.
Because it was almost like you were threatening his intelligence. He doesn't want to admit that he doesn't know it. Whereas the best thing would have been for him to say, "Oh, really? Well, can you explain to me what your thoughts are?" And you could have educated him on something he didn't know. He could have acted, kept it in his head, but then you know what I mean. Still learned something.
Yeah, exactly. And I saw the way I left it with him. I said, "Well, I'll just tell you what. I'm learning a lot about Seamoss right now." And I said, once I get my head straight, and once I really know what I'm talking about, I'm going to come back in and we're going to talk about it. You know, and I just left it at that. But yeah, it was kind of interesting.
Yeah. But I don't know. Hopefully things will change, and people will become more open minded and more willingness to learn and because like we're all on this journey, you know what I mean, and not everybody knows everything. Like you can't expect to be like an expert overnight, you know what I mean. Even I wouldn't consider myself an expert. There's stuff that I don't know about CMOS that other people will know, and I've been studying it for a couple years now, you know what I mean, almost religiously. That's why they call me the CMOS monk.
Well, and it's I mean, just from my perspective, I kind of know how to learn stuff. You know, I was in medical research, and I know how to find out information if I want to. It's not easy to find out information on CMOS. It's one of the I can't really get my hands on the information very well. I don't know if that's just me. If that's how I feel. I tried to look a lot of stuff up online. I tried to order some books, and the books are not that great, and the information online's kind of vague, you know. So it was an interesting experience for me because usually I can find information when I want it, and this has been a little bit of a challenge.
So one of the
information on it, lab work done, some PDFs I can send you.
I would love that. Thank you so much. Anything that any sort of direction for me would be very much appreciated.
Okay.
A thing too I wanted to add is that when you're doing the research, try searching for seaweeds, because a lot of the sea moss is really technically a seaweed, and that's how they're classified. And so when you're searching for sea moss, you're not going to get a lot of information because most of the research isn't done on sea moss; it's done on seaweeds.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, so and then also go on a lot of sites that talk about algae, because sea moss is an algae. It's a multicellular algae, and so it operates in that same algae kingdom or whatever. I forget the scientific way it is, but you know how they have the different, like the plant kingdom, the mammal kingdom. You know what I mean? So the sea moss falls under the algae, multicellular, and they are considered a red algae. And so I think there's brown algae, red algae, green algae, and blue algae. And so they follow under the red algae, although some of the red algae can appear like it's green algae, like it's green, but that's just a state that it goes in during its life cycle.
But then the golden sea moss is also a red algae, is that right?
Yep. And so this golden sea moss gets golden because of the process they use to dry it. It's actually like a dark brown or a reddish brown, or light beige down to a deep purple. But through those you can get reds, reddish browns, you know what I mean, like a terracotta looking. And so when they harvest it and clean it, they'll then put it in like a plastic bag or cover it in a plastic tarp, and that sits in the sun, and the sun heats it, and it gets really hot, and it sort of like blanches it, and they call it sun bleaching, and it turns it completely white, and so it goes 100% white, and then as it dries, it goes from a light yellow to like a dark golden brown, and so that's how they make the gold sea moss. And then to make the colored sea moss, which is like purple sea moss, green sea moss, what they call full spectrum, which is really like a mixture of all the colors. That they dry it in the dark, or they keep it in the dark over a night. So they'll cover it with a black tarp, or they'll hang it in a dark basement out of direct sunlight. and the Seamoss will turn almost like a deep purple black, or like a dark pink, and then when they throw it in the sun, it goes purple, like a deep purplish hue, and that's how they finish it. They dry it. So the color takes about 2 to 3 days, or sorry, maybe 3 to 4 days to dry, to from harvesting out of the water to being completely dry, ready for sale. And the gold sea moss probably takes about 2 days, and that's part of the reason why colored sea moss like purple and stuff is more expensive, at least in St. Lucia, is because the amount of work and time that they take to perfect the purple takes longer than the gold, and it's easier for the purple to sort of not come out purple, and then they either can't sell that, or they have to sell it as mix it up with full spectrum and sell it that way. And so that kind of adds to the cost of production, because if it's not perfectly purple, then they're not going to get that price, and so they sometimes have to go through more sea moss to make the same amount of purple sea moss as they would the gold sea moss. If that makes sense.
It does. I don't want to necessarily turn this into Seamoss 101 for people that don't want to hear all that. But does that? Is there any? So what's the? I don't want to say nutritional. I guess more the mineral. I guess I'll just use the word nutritional benefit difference between the purple and the blanched at that point, the golden.
Well, first I want to say, you know what? It's always CMOS 101. There's never like a question you can't ask, or you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like
that's right.
there's a lot of people in this room right now that are probably new to CMOS, and that question is, the question they're dying to ask, and they might either feel nervous about asking it, or just, you know what I mean, they didn't get a chance to, so you asked it. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
so it's hard to say what the nutritional values is, because I've never seen any sort of tests to prove the differences. I can only go on, say, my experience and what I had taking it, and then also what I feel other people have given me back as feedback. And the feedback is basically that the purple tends to be a higher concentration of nutrients, and it has what do they call it? Phytonutrients that are consistent with the same colored purple. I'm not a phytonutrient expert, so I can't really relay what those nutrients are. But I found it to be more of like more harder on my body, but the nutrients were more intense. Now, is that something that I feel like people should be taking it all the time? Not really. I think that as a daily use of CMOS, it's better to take the gold and use that, because it's more gentler and easier on your body than it is to use the purple. The purple, in my experience, I would use occasionally when I want to have an extra boost of CMOS energy, or like whenever I've been taking the gold and I'm starting to not feel the effects, even though the effects are still there, your body is going to kind of tune them out after a while. So using the purple to me kind of like reminds me that the stuff's still working. And yeah, that's my take on the different colors. I hope that answered your question.
No, that helps me a lot. And that's interesting because I was using the golden first, ran out of that, and then decided to try the Converse Crispus, which I have a lot of right now. But I kind of missed the gold, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I find that the gold is different. Now, the purple CMOS that I sell is a lot different than the Condorus Crispus. Although I haven't tried the Condorus Crispus, speaking to people like Maria, Prototype Skincare, and a few other people that have taken Condorus, they've kind of shown me that there is a difference between them and stuff. You tend to like the Condorus Crispus better, right, Maria?
Yeah, I like both somewhat equally, but
Okay.
a little bit leaning towards more conscious Crispus. But it kind of depends on like what my mood is, or like how my eating habits are. Like if I'm sick, I'll definitely take the golden Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
I did first start off with the Seamoss as well, And I used to be like a really heavy smoker, right? Not cigarettes. So I definitely had a lot of mucus. So when I did the Seamoss for about like a month, I started much more mucus started to dissolve, right? And that didn't really give me the same effect with the Condrus crispus. The Condrus crispus is just more nutrient dense, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's good to know. And you can Condor's Crispus. I think mine's from Maine. I buy it. Well, actually, I know it's from Maine, but I don't know if it's actually Condor's Crispus. So, is that possible that it came out of Maine and this Condor's?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. Yusuf, what or anybody else? Like, which areas again in the states? All I know is Maine.
Right. It's only Maine, and then pretty much over there in Europe somewhere, UK. That's all I hear about on this side is Maine.
In Canada as well. I know, like
Canada, Peru,
Ireland, right?
yeah, Ireland.
But yeah, Peru has some pretty good Condorus crispus. They have a really light yellow, blondish kind of one. But I had a few people that have gotten it, and they're pretty happy with it.
I spent some. I spent a couple summers in Maine working back in the '90s, and I love Maine so much. So anything I can get something out of Maine. I actually take Atlantic Dulce, and that's why I got the Seamoss from this other company because I was getting my Dulce there anyway. And so they had this Condor's Crispus, which I thought was interesting because I did as far as I knew, it was only in Ireland. That's all I knew at the time, and so I thought that was interesting, and I picked some up. But I'm learning a lot, so that's cool.
That's from the Maine coast sea vegetables. Is that where you get? Is that where you get your Dells from?
No, while we're talking, I'll look it up. I can't remember. It's a nice company. They seem to have a lot of stuff. Let me see if I find it in my email. I'll check it out.
That's why a lot of people use the Maine coast sea vegetables because they have so many. Like they have kelp, lavier, dulse. I really like it's all these different ones. I didn't even know about these different types of sea moss or seaweeds, like nori here.
I do. I eat a lot of nori, but this company was called the Gulf of Maine. I'll send you in the back channel the website. He has a lot of interesting looking seaweeds.
Cool.
Seems like a nice guy. So I'll send it over to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'll share it with others. I mean, I'm always trying to, keep my mind open and share with others about these different companies doing CMOS, different products. Because it's like, it's not like one is the best or, you know what I mean? Like I think, how do we put it? It's like you almost have to try multiple types of CMOS to find the CMOS that works best for you. It's not like St. Lucia's is the gonna like everybody's gonna love St. Lucian CMOS or everybody's gonna love Jamaican CMOS. Like, yeah, it's like different folks, different different taste, and it's all good. Like you should be open to try stuff. I think too many people in their selling, they get caught up in trying to say that theirs is the best and this and that. And it's like, there is never going to be the best CMOS. You know what I'm saying? Like it just isn't like because everybody's different. And the best CMOS to me is not the best CMOS to you. So how do we what do we like? What is the determining factor of who has the best CMOS? You know what I mean? It's almost even a mute point, like in a sense. As long as you have good CMOS, that's what matters. You know.
And like when you stay by that, like in like a clean, like water environment, right? Like the ocean.
Oh yeah, the waters are hugely important where it's being sourced in from. However, anything else, because that's where it's getting all its nutrients from, and the CMOS is like a filter, and so if you take that CMOS out of an area where there's say um, human like pollution, whether it be old cars decomposing or sewage runoff from a local village or stuff like that. That stuff mixes into the water, and if you're getting sea moss in an area that's close to that, you could potentially be getting harmful toxins from those areas. You know, you got to watch out for that. Or you got to make sure. I guess it's hard to watch out for that. I guess, but I guess you got to know kind of where the supplier is sourcing their products from, and make sure it's an area that is, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Like uninhabited. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of population or commercial operations going on in the area that will affect the sea moss.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's on my list to do, is call that guy in Maine and see kind of where he's getting that from. I know what town he's in, so I have an idea, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so your idea when you start the business, you like your target market will be to like to sell it in stores, or do you want to do it like person to person, or?
Yeah, that's why I was interested in learning. I mean, I think I could get a small, I would think I'd want to start locally and not distribute too far
Mm-hmm.
in the beginning. And so I think I kind of know, what I could do around here as far as markets and friends, and then maybe hitting up other places that might be interested in. We only have a number of. I'm in Dayton, Ohio, so this isn't the most. This isn't the hottest market in some ways. We don't have a ton of neighborhoods of people interested in health. Put it that way. But
That you know of.
There are a lot of people, and I was thinking even some salons, but health food store salons, friends. I just don't know exactly how. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess the best way to figure out is to ask. Ask them, are you interested in this, or do you want to try this out? I think you also got to make sure that you are going to like making the gel or whatever. Like if you plan on making the gel, are you going to like it, or are you going to okay packaging up sea moss? You know what I mean? If you're going to sell the dried form for them, and then like I always explain to people, this is a numbers game. The more people you put your product in front, the more the people are going to take it. Not everybody's going to take it. Probably like 2 or 3%. So it's important to well, actually, I lied, because it all depends on how you sell them on the sales. Because I have a, a partner, someone I'm working with, where we're putting the raw CMOS into stores. And I think I've told you this, Sean, already. And a few guys and Todd, like how I'm doing it. And it's basically the retail price is between 25 to 30. We're selling them 3.5 ounces for $15.
Right.
And then we're giving them 30-day terms. And we're not dropping more than 15 packets. So it's 5 per brand. So there's green, purple, and gold. And so they can get 5 of each. So that's 15 packages. And then we come back in 30 days and sort of like, they pay that off, and we've refilled them up with another 15, and they can pay that in 30 days. Or, we take the CMOS that they didn't sell, and you know, they pay us for what they sold or something, and we'll go through that.
It's in packages, you said, or is it
Huh?
like?
Sorry?
Did you say it's in packages?
Yeah. So we got the packaging done. I think he went and ordered them from China. They're in those like pouch, stand-up pouches. Um, so we got them to fit 3.5 grams, and yeah, the the one thing he did, though, looking back, was like, it's actually a good thing he did it this way. He had one package with no sort of like label on it. So now we have to put a sticker on it to show if it's green, show if it's gold, show if it's purple. You know what I mean? And so I think he saved a lot of money on that, because otherwise he would have had to buy separate packaging for each color. So
So you don't package it; they're packaging, or you're packaging it. They're labeling it.
Yeah, so I'm actually in the partnership, I'm the packer, and I'm fronting him the CMOS. So on our arrangement, I think it's like a 50-50 split on the profit. My responsibility is to package the CMOS for him, and then I ship it out to him, and then he drops them off at the stores.
Oh, I see. Okay.
hmm So, with like in your situation, you would be ordering the packaging. You'd package the raw CMOS yourself, like that you bought, and then you'd bring it to the store and sell it to the store.
And they basically just mark it up 100%, probably.
Well, I think most people, if you give them 100%, then they'll go for it. But I think this one, it's either 100% or just slightly under, because like we think it should be selling for $25, right? And so we figure we sell it to you for 25, we sell it to you for 15, you can make $10, and you making $10 without putting any money in the pot to what I mean, as an investment. I think it's a safe thing. Plus, you have a 30-day return policy, so after 30 days, if you're not selling that, you can return it.
Awesome. Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think any, and that's where I was saying, like, you're going to get a higher conversion rate, because it's almost like like pretty much we haven't had a single store that said no. Every store said yes, because it's a no-brainer, especially if they don't have CMOS, and people have been coming into the store saying, you know what I mean. And that's what's happening a lot that I see, is that the stores don't know where to buy it on a commercial, like they don't have a distributor that's actively carrying it for them to say, hey, can you bring this product in for me? So they don't know where to bring the product in. They don't want to just pick some random dude, because they're cheap. I know it sounds mean to say it, but like to them, they don't want to lose their money. You know what I mean? And so you walk in there and say, hey, I give you a no risk option to put some CMOS on your product shelves. It's like, yes, please. When can you drop it? When can you bring it? That's how I see it.
What stores? What kind of stores?
We're doing health food stores. So like anybody that's selling any like herbs or any health products and stuff, that's where they are. But you can get in a lot of places. I have a client that has all the his products in all the Healthy Planets in Ontario. Do they have Healthy Planet in the States?
No, well, not in Ohio. I don't know about
Okay.
anywhere else. I'd have to look it up.
Healthy Planet is like basically like a health food depot. It's like a large store, and everything in it is all health stuff, like non-GMO and organic this and blah blah blah. So it's a big deal to have. It's like the Whole Foods of health store. Health foods.
That's what it sounds like. Whole Foods.
Yeah, and that's it. It's like a health, but it's yeah, Healthy Planet.
Or Sprouts.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Sprouts, Julien?
No, but I could imagine what Sprouts would be like, just like total vegan paradise.
I think it might be like Healthy Planet. We have a spin-off of Sprouts here. It's actually owned by Sprouts. It's called Fresh Times. Time spelled like the herb, and it's a little bit of a strange grocery store. It's one of those kind of health food store / grocery stores, but it's Sprouts' version of coming to Ohio because they're not here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, they're probably testing out the market before they dive right in with a full what's the word I'm looking at? Full installation, or full you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm surprised we still have a Whole Foods, to be honest. We're usually a test market, but we're right between Columbus and Cincinnati, which are really big cities, and then we are a test market because Procter & Gamble's headquartered in Cincinnati, and Fauna stuff gets tested through here first, because we're also pretty Wonder Bread, vanilla Midwest. It's a good test market of, just kind of some middle ground. But anyway, yeah, from a health, Whole Foods has actually made it, but they came out big and scaled down here in our town. So that's what I mean. There are a lot of healthy people, though, and in the neighborhood that I'm in is very health conscious. I'm in the city, and I'm in a large suburb, and there's pockets of very healthy people here. And I lived downtown for a long time, and I know everybody at the market down there, and all that type of the farmers market. That's a pretty big deal for our town and stuff like that. I could probably figure it out.
Those are good spots to market your products in, is these farmer markets. Like farmer markets, flea markets, all those things, because they have a huge crowd and a huge like traffic of random people.
Yeah, and I like your model because actually there's really big ones in Cincinnati and Columbus, and I'm not there, but I could find somebody that might want to carry it. So.
Yeah, and I would keep the portions small, and that's where you can make the most margins on them. You know what I mean? Like anything less than definitely less than 8 ounces, but like 4 ounces, 2 ounces are good product sizes, because it creates it's enough for someone who's new to it to want to try it. You know what I mean? Sometimes having a pound to sell to someone is too much for someone, especially if they're new at it. Like there's sometimes I give people it as a gift, and they just look at it like, "What the hell am I going to do with this?" So I ended up stopped doing it because it was just too much. And I got too worried that too many people were just going to keep it in their cupboard and not you know what I mean? It would just be a waste of a pound.
But then, what do you give somebody when you're packaging this stuff in 2 ounces or 4 ounces? What are you telling people to do with it? To prepare it or to take it?
Well, I would tell them to use an ounce at a time, and that ounce should make somewhere between 16 to 20 ounces of gel, and and 2 ounces gives them 2 jars of gel, so that should be like about a month's supply, maybe a month and a half. You know, and for someone that's starting out, that's all they want. They don't want 6 months worth of CMOS, which is like technically what you get in a pound. You know, like if you
that's great. But are you putting that on the packaging, or are the people putting that on the packaging, or just telling them that?
What, how to make the gel?
Yeah.
Everybody's different. I think with our co-packing, like that same store, there's directions on the package, like simple directions on how to make the simple gel. On my website, I direct everybody to like my website, and on there I have a video that shows them how to make the gel. But for me, like the business that I like, the market or the customer clientele that I typically have, they're all experienced with CMOS. They're usually coming to me because they've tried CMOS for a while and they're looking for a certain level of quality, and that's where they'll find me.
Awesome. Thanks for all this information.
Hey, no problem. It is my pleasure. That's what we do it to share, and I mean, you've shared information with us. You know what I mean? I've learned a few things too, and so that's why what I mean, I do these things so that everybody can sort of, share experiences, stuff. Plus, my family is sick of me talking about CMOS, so this is the only like way I get to just ramble about CMOS, and like it's my outlet,
Right. I sent you a chemical investigation on Countess Crispus.
Pardon?
To your email.
Oh, you sent me something?
No, not you.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Awesome, Yusuf. Thank you for doing that.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I need that too, Yusuf?
You hear that, Yusuf? You got Maria's email, Andy?
Yeah, I think I have everybody email. Well, you all.
Yeah. Are you on the road now, Yusuf, or are you home now?
No, I'm at home.
Right. That's why you sound so mellow and relaxed.
He does.
Brother Yusuf, can I get a copy too? Yeah, send me your email. Everybody want a copy. Some of the books I can't send. So if you have WhatsApp, I can send the books to you through WhatsApp, because some of the books are like 60 gigabytes. I mean 60 megabytes.
Mm-hmm. Hey, how are you still making those kombuchas? How's that going?
Yeah, I made a few. The last one bust when I was on a truck.
Yeah, I remember it was all over the thing. It sucked. It exploded or something like that, and you had to clean up the truck. Are you making any of them with Seamoss? Have you ever thought of making like a Seamoss kombucha?
No.
Mm.
Yeah, I never thought of that. But no, I never made one before.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just thinking about that because I was talking to someone about that the other day, and about how it would be cool to make some kind of like Seamoss style kombucha, and that like what would it be like to ferment the Seamoss? I don't even know if that's safe to do. You know, but
I think anything can be fermented. Just have to be fermented right. But then again, I'm not sure because that's like trying to ferment mushroom.
why it's not good to ferment mushrooms?
No vegetables, but I don't think people ferment like mushrooms.
True. I haven't heard of it like ferment unless like it's old like. No, I haven't heard of like I've heard of like cabbage fermenting. Like that's like they make the kimchi, you know. But yeah.
I think they use a lot of vinegar.
What in kombucha or in kimchi?
I don't even know how they make kombucha. I have tried some. I literally felt like it was like lavender, grape, and something else, and I felt a little bit tipsy. Pretty nice.
Really?
All natural, yeah. It was all natural.
Yeah, because normally there's no. I don't think there's any alcohol that forms in it. Does it, Yusuf? With the kombucha?
Alcohol, yeah, it can turn to alcohol.
Oh, okay.
It depends on how much sugar you have in it. But the more sugar you have in it, the more it's gonna keep creating
The bacteria.
gonna keep like fizzing up. So as long as you add sugar to it, the yeast will never die. You can just keep creating kombucha. Because the top layer is gonna have like this pancake type layer on it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't explain how it is.
Is that the squibble or whatever? That
I forgot what it's called, but you can keep using that and make
squib babies or something like that. Let me find it out. There is something that they use. The active culture.
Oh, the SCOBY.
SCOBY, that's it. Yes.
You can make your own if you can get fresh ginger from out of the ground.
Yeah.
The yeast from that you can create. You can ferment things, but you just can't wash the ginger off too much.
Yeah.
You can wash it good, but you got to keep the black skin on it.
Mm. Yeah, so SCOBY stands for Symbiotic Culture of Bacteria and Yeast. And it says similar to mother vinegar containing one or more species of bacteria yeast which form a zoolegal mat known as a mother. And so the mother births these little SCOBY babies, I think. And that's what you use to make your kombucha. Crazy. See, now I learned something now that there's a mother that comes to the SCOBY. Cool. Well, what else do you guys want to talk about? I think we killed that conversation.
I think it's muting me, but
Huh?
can you hear me properly?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. Because whenever I press the mute button, it like unmute button and using them. Anyways, so I think I've told you this, Julien, but back home in the Philippines, there's this seaweed called sea grape. It has like, you know how in bladder rack it has like those like those like quote unquote pouches. Yeah. So this sea grape kind of has the same concept, hence like the name sea grape, and we actually like I know other than like putting it in our smoothies, maybe putting it in our teas, on our skin, and soap, there's skincare and all that stuff. So what we do back home is that like we actually fry it with like onions and tomatoes. Like we have a dish with the sea grape. The thing about the sea grape is that it is a little bit more tolerable compared to the other seaweeds. But yeah, that's like one thing. I've been wanting to experiment with the Seamoss actually. Same method, like with the onions, with tomatoes, and whatnot. So,
Yeah, it'd be interesting to soak some sea moss and see what it tastes like if you saute it a little with some, herbs and stuff like that. I am familiar with the sea grapes. I've never tried one, but they look pretty cool. And
Salty.
yeah, they're really salty, eh?
Tastes like seawater.
Yeah, I can imagine those little bubbles are just probably full of like just liquid seawater. You know, I mean, I know that's the sea moss when you taste it right out of the water. It tastes a little salty. It's a little salty and like crunchy, like really kind of like like
You can make ice cream with the sea moss as well.
yeah. I haven't tried it yet, but I mean, it'll thicken anything up. You know what I mean? Like they use it in ice creams, like even regular ice creams,
Yeah.
like not even just because they're vegan ice creams. They use it in all kinds of foods. You know, yeah. So yeah, what else can we talk about CMOS? Let me think. What have I learned recently about CMOS that I haven't shared?
How do you make structured water? I heard somebody say something about making structured water.
I've never heard of that structured water.
Yeah.
Oh, I know all about structured water. A little bit. Well, I don't know all about it, but I know a little bit about that.
Is that with the pyramids and stuff?
The pyramids?
Yeah, I watched this YouTube guy. This guy, forget what his name is, but he was showing me. He was showing in his talk. Like how he was putting food in this pyramid thing that he built, and it was like supposed to like help. He said something about structure, but it was something about realigning the molecular structures of things through these magnetic forces, harnessing the energy through the pyramid. It was pretty some out there stuff, but anyways, you continue. I
Oh no. Well, maybe it's somewhat related. I hear a lot about structured water, and I actually can't. I don't know everything about it, but it is about. There's a way of thinking that you shouldn't really drink just plain water, that it's not hydrating, and that it becomes structured by adding certain basically fruits back to it. It just and I don't know if it's the structure, and I don't know enough about it to say if the structure is the nutrients that the food adds back in. It's usually just like lime water, lemon water, cucumbers. Just putting something in your water like lemon, limes, or cucumbers to give it minerals and somehow makes it structured. So you'd have to look up exactly what the structure is, but that's what drinking structured water is.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I know I heard that really our source of water should almost come from fruit. And don't quote me on this, but it's instead of H2O, it's H3O2. H3O2. H2O. H3O. Something like that. But fruit has water in there, and that's actually the real water that we're supposed to be drinking. And just like you said about the water not being structured, it doesn't get any minerals from it because it doesn't contain any. So I guess that is structured water to put the minerals back in there because you also get water from fruit, which is called H3O instead of H2O. So yeah, it's H3O2. H3O2, okay. Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, I'm like looking at it up like online right now as we talk.
Yeah, me too. Sorry, prototype. What's your name again? I'm sorry.
Maria.
Maria, thank you.
Oh, it's okay. I'll just quickly ask: has anybody seen? Because I just wanted to know the science behind it. Have you ever seen like those like water machines, and it'll actually like I can't really explain it properly, but
Yeah.
The water is like a tornado in the machine.
Oh, that's
yeah.
Mm.
Because I'm so curious about the because spring water has minerals in it, no? So wouldn't that kind of be? But I do agree with the fruits.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, yeah, that's like totally for me. I wish because it's a little bit difficult here in Canada eating that type of way. But unless you're like in a tropical island, right? Like Saint Lucia.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm looking on Amazon and it looks like some of these structured water makers, it's like they create this kind of like you said like a tornado in the water, and that's how they sort of like add I don't know what they're adding here.
Vibration, quote unquote vibrations to it. That's the only thing that I could really think of as to why.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a friend here on Clubhouse. She sells a machine that hooks up to your. It's not anything like reverse osmosis. It's not a filter. It is a filter actually, but then it adds hydrogen back to your water. She says it makes a huge difference. I don't. It's an expensive system, but she swears by that thing.
Is it the aqua ionizer?
Let me have to go look.
I'm looking at because they.
No, it's not one that I've seen very often. Let me go look and see what she sells. It's like it's a pretty small box looking thing, but and it has two different. There's water with hydrogen in it, and then there's just the filtered or something. But she goes on and on about that water and what a difference it makes in her skin and everything. She went out of town for like 3 weeks and says that the thing she missed the most was her water. So,
Wow,
yeah.
that must be huge. Yeah. Well, I know there's like these machines that make like the alkaline water. You know what I mean? And they change the pH level on it and stuff. And they say that's supposed to be good for you and good for your skin and stuff like that. Be crazy. Some of the stuff that we have nowadays, and there's so much areas like that we have not like I just think about like how I was talking earlier about the breath work, and like it's like there's so much like in this area of breath work. I'm really excited to see like how many sessions I can do and how much control of my body can because the Wilhelm, if you've ever done the research on the guy who's done these breathing techniques, the guy can like save himself, like he injected himself with poison from like from a snake, and he healed himself with his breathing, which is crazy. Like
Yeah, you can look him up also from the Iceman. I think he's known as the Iceman.
yeah. Yeah, that's where I saw because Vice did a documentary on him, and that's where I kind of first learned about him. And so when this girl that I knew brought it up, I was like, yeah, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll try that. You know what I mean? I saw what those guys did on the mountain. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're in t-shirts and shorts, and they were hiking like it was nobody's business in like
Right.
snow degree weather. So let's see what's up. I'm all for trying to explore the ways that we can push our bodies in areas that we didn't see possible. You know what I mean? Like I think it's important for us to always step outside of a comfort zone in order for us to grow and you know just learn to be. So
Right.
yeah, I was glad I did it. It was awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking at his IG. Is he the guy that drinks his own urine therapy?
Wow. What? Yeah, I don't know about.
Therapy, I think they call it, but they basically just drink their own urine.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. That's not happening over here, for sure.
I definitely heard people doing it before, like just to survive and stay hydrated.
Yeah. Yeah, that's survival. We are all on survival mode, but there's people over here that are.
I don't know about that, man. I don't know.
The craziest, the urine therapy, bee venom therapy, and the fecal transplants are the craziest, the closest things to not wanting to do it, as I've found. But I found it pretty. The one thing I did that was crazy was the Cambo. Have you ever heard of Cambo?
No, what's Cambo?
Ooh, that's where it's frog venom. I went down to Peru when I was really sick. I didn't do it there. I did it when I got back. And you burn yourself almost like cigarette burns. You take a stick and you burn yourself, or somebody does it for you usually. I did it by myself. I was so sick in my house. And they used to take this frog venom that they scrape off these poisonous frogs. And you take this, they put it on a stick. These tribal people down at Maski's tribe in Peru is one of them. There's other ones too, but they take these frogs, and apparently it doesn't torture the frogs. I don't know. They take the frog and they freak it. It gets freaked out and it excretes all this stuff into its skin. They scrape it off, and they put it somehow in it's like a waxy stuff, and they put it on a stick and it kind of dries. And you get a little bit of the water on the stick and get this venom moving into almost like a wet beeswax. And then you stick it on the burns that you put on yourself, or somebody did. And the poison gets into your lymphatic system. Mm-hmm. And it sends you into what feels like and looks like anaphylactic shock. Except, like my face swelled a million times. My lips were so swollen. You vomit. Sometimes you end up in the bathroom. Wow. You start vomiting all the way till you're vomiting like green bile. It's like, I've had kids and it was kind of like that, it's not fun. There's nothing fun about it. And it lasts like 45 minutes. It's kind of like childbirth too. It's like you feel it coming on and you're just like, holy shit. And it was like, works, but it has supposedly has some peptides in it, and it also can be considered like a reset of your body. It can supposedly it's a blood cleaner. I did it because I was desperate, and I got to tell you what, I was bedridden, and that was the first day. I hadn't been to the grocery store in a year and a half, and I did that at 1:00 in the afternoon. I was at the grocery by 5 in the evening, feeling amazing. I was out of bed after that, and that's when I really started to do things that made me start to improve my really bad autoimmune condition. So it did something. I did it 5 times in like 7 weeks, and I was working with a real aggressive person aggressive practitioner that was like, you need to do this once a week for like a year. And lots of people only do it like, maybe every 6 months or something. So I did it. The one thing I couldn't handle about it was not only how bad it was, and to keep coming back to that was hard to do, especially to myself, but then also the burns. It's like, I'm going to be covered in these cigarette burns. I don't know what, and they hurt, and they took 2 or 3 weeks to heal, and then they scar. So I stopped doing it, but I promised myself I'd do it every 3 or 6 months, and I'm going on like 8 or 9 months now. So, and I just can't bring myself. A lot of people go to a practitioner, and it's more of an event, and people consider it a little bit spiritual, but I was doing it here by myself, and I just can't get it. I just can't bring myself to do it again. Yeah, so, not burn yourself. That's like self-inflicted torture. Yeah, it's not. It was, and it's not cool, but it is amazing what it does for some people. And my practitioner, he actually unfortunately passed away. He had a bunch of retreats going in Mexico with this stuff, but he worked a lot with one thing it's really good to consider for is addictions. He worked with a lot of people that were addicted to heroin, even alcohol, benzos, and it really helped get people off of that stuff. And honestly, I was on benzos to sleep because I was so sick and I was in a lot of pain, and I had all this insomnia, and I was on benzos, and that got me off of those like immediately. So
just cleanse it.
Like I didn't need them anymore, and then I just stopped taking them cold turkey and ended up in trouble. So I had to back it up and taper down.
Mm-hmm.
But it was really interesting how that worked. Yeah, Kambo's crazy. It starts with a K. It's called Kambo. But they have practitioners all over the world and in the U.S. that do that. It's not illegal or anything.
Yeah, I think someone tried to sell this to me, and I didn't understand what he was talking about. It's like from India and stuff, right?
The people I got it from were out of Peru, which is a big place for it. But there's also, I know that people in Colombia, South America is the big place for it. Ecuador, I know too, but I don't know about Mexico. Mexico has it, but I don't know if that's where it's from. But yeah, it's a lot of South America, I think.
Yeah. No, I thought it sounds familiar to something someone was telling me, but and they were like, "Oh, we want to sell it." We're looking for someone to sell it for us because they were in India or some other country like that. I can't remember, but I was like, "No, I only sell Seamoss. I can't. I don't even know what he was talking about at the time. You know what I mean? Like if I knew what it was, I can't sell something that I don't know. Or that I haven't really tried or I'm not really into."
Well, Kambo, even though it did a lot for me and I've seen it do a lot for people, it's dangerous stuff. So I don't know if you'd even want to get into that because it really, nobody should be doing it like I did. Somebody sold it to me and I was messing around with this. You can have a heart attack, doing that. So, your heart rate goes out the roof. You can really mess yourself up with that stuff. So it's probably better to stay away from it anyway.
Yes. It's good. I guess I trust it. I had good instincts then.
Nice. Total.
Wait, so what are you doing to increase your white blood cells?
Who, me?
Christine.
Oh.
I've never really thought about increasing my white blood cells. I have an autoimmune condition, so I probably have too many. No. Well, I don't. Well, when you have an autoimmune and your white blood cells are attacking you, it's more like you have too many. So, and I don't know about the count, honestly, but you have T cells and B cells, which are white blood cells, attacking parts of your body. So I don't know if you necessarily have too many or if they're just acting incorrectly.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's. I don't know if I show on my blood cell count. I don't think I've ever shown I've shown anemia, but I don't think I've ever shown high. Maybe there is white blood cells in my urine sometimes, when I was sick and I didn't know what was going on, and stuff like that. But yeah, it's too many, if anything.
Cool.
For autoimmune disease, it's really a game of trying to calm your system down. That's for some reason been put on overdrive, and so usually when you're looking at it, trying to, if anybody knows about autoimmune, it's, for me anyway, it's been a game of trying to figure out what's triggering your body to overreact. And I don't know if obviously I don't have all the answers, but it seems like what really helps is to just remove everything inflammatory because it's an inflammation disease. And so then you get into, elimination diets or clean diets and eliminating a lot of stuff. And then other self-care stuff. People get into a lot of yoga or healing trauma. And I haven't wrapped myself around much of that because I'm so type A, which might be part of my problem. But yeah, just trying to, and I don't know do you know much about autoimmune? I know what I know, but I don't know everything. That's for sure.
I don't know too much of it. I just know that, like you said, it's a situation where your immune system is attacking within yourself. Even though you're not sick, it's almost looking at you like you are sick. And so that can cause discomfort and potential damage because it's fighting off something or trying to kill off something that doesn't need to be killed off.
It can make you real sick. I'll find a picture and change my PTR. I'll show you the difference in my feet from when I was sick. I'm going on a year ago. I think the last picture was January it's pretty intense. I know people that, I have friends that have died from this stuff. It's not, wow. It's not fun at all. Yeah, autoimmune can get real severe, and Yeah, and then it's also, that's one of the reasons I came across Seamoss, because I've spent a lot of time and money trying to figure out how to get better, because it really, I mean, it disabled me completely, so I didn't have a choice, and now I got 2 little kids. And I'm young, you know, I'm 43. But and this, I think I've really had this for 20 years, but it got really bad in 2019, and so. And I think that one of the things also that it has a lot to do with is probably just imbalances in your body that allowed this to happen, and potentially deficiencies. And I really suspect I had an iodine, or have an iodine deficiency, and amongst other things. And that's where I started looking a little bit at Seamoss and other things, and they've all helped a lot. But yeah, I'll look for this picture of my feet before and after. It's pretty intense. I look like a walking corpse. It was not fun.
Oh wow! No, that must have been very uncomfortable for you. That's crazy. But it's good that you've gone on that kind of journey to, what I mean, find more, like, I don't know, 20 years dealing with it on a, like, how to, like, manage that must have been challenging. But to be able to kind of, like, start getting some answers or figuring things out, I'm happy to hear that for you.
Yeah, thanks. It's weird. I got taken to the Cleveland Clinic. I'm in Ohio, so that I got kind of really, really sick when I was 19. Then when I was 24, I got really sick. Mm-hmm. But nobody ever knew what it was, and they told me that I was basically having a meltdown, like I was depressed or something. I was really sick. My stomach was really bloated, and I couldn't drive. And I couldn't sleep, and I had nerve issues, and people literally thought I was crazy. Wow. And then it just kind of, I went to a naturopath, and I kind of worked it all out, and I honestly never really understood what happened to me. Like I had to go live with my parents. I lived by myself since I was 17. I left the house, and I had to go to their house for 2 months. I had to go back to New York from Ohio, and I just looked back on that, and I just had this feeling like another shoe was going to drop. I just always nagging me. And then I just had little things like vertigo so bad I couldn't drive on the highway. I got really thin, my childbirths were really weird. Things went weird, and the doctors didn't know why. And then I just would have random swelling and stuff like that. It was all this, like, if I look back, I went to the doctor like every little bit with just weird little things, but I was still super productive and looked great. I was running marathons. And, so you would never, being sick never crossed my mind, but then all of a sudden, I think the childbirth can set off autoimmunity, and my 2 kids, it got really quite a bit. Things started to ramp up after that. Mm-hmm. And I went through a bad divorce, and the stress. My mom died of a brain tumor all at the same time. I was taking care of her. Yeah. And then the wheels came off. So stress really does make a difference in that stuff, big time.
Oh, definitely. It'll just set your body in that hyper state so that it's even more responsive. If you know what I mean, like, yeah, I could just imagine the stress being such a, like, it almost increases it, like, exponentially. Yeah. And I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your family and everything happening all at once. Sometimes, like, life can just get so challenging, you know what I mean? Like, and it sucks when it all happens at the same time.
Check out my picture. I changed my feet. You can see the difference. And I'm telling you, all of that was without meds. I dropped all the meds.
Oh, wow. So I'm assuming the one on the left, that was when you were going through
the... Yeah, that was probably last January, and then I took the other one. I didn't even notice my feet got better, and then somebody mentioned it, and I was like, holy crap, they're right. Because it's kind of gradual. I think I took that other picture in September. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, big difference. The one on the left looks like you're like a hand, not a foot.
I know. People be like, you could scale a tree. I mean, I look like a monkey, with my feet. It was awful. But yeah, and that was from, just a lot of clean and plant-based stuff. And honestly, I mean, Seamoss came into play at some point, which really helped my skin a lot. My hair and my skin, I think, with Seamoss. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing for your hair and your skin. You know what I mean? Seamoss. I was trying it on my head for a while, see if I could grow my hair back. And I was seeing a little bit of growth, but then I just wasn't keeping it consistent, unfortunately. And I think that's important for any kind of health result, is to make sure you keep it consistent. So I am getting close to that 1 hour, like, well, not 1 hour, the 1 o'clock hour that I try not to go beyond. So I'm wondering, like, if, like, we probably will shut it down like next half hour or so. But is there anything that you guys want to talk about that we haven't talked about that you want to get in before I get too tired to continue?
I'll say one thing.
Okay. Let's do it.
But this has nothing to do with. It's just something that a little hack that I found out with shipping and handling for all the new people that are just coming out and just not moving like tons of Seamoss at one time. But what I've but thanks to you for showing me what's the name of that shipping place you said to go to?
Pirate ship.
Pirate ship. I'll probably be doing a different way now. But what I am doing currently now is, you know how you can go on USPS and log in and get all the free boxes that you need for your products. Then I use UPS for my shipping carrier because USPS they just not a reliable source for me because they trash. Right. That was kind of like a little hack that I throw out there for someone that just starting out, something like that.
No, listen, I'm gonna use that hack. And what's funny that you brought that up, because in the beginning, right, when I first started, I have like a guy that ships out of this Atlanta, and that was one of the things I said to him was like, well, USPS is giving out free boxes. I'm like, because he would, he was complaining about finding the right boxes. I was like, just order these boxes. He's like, yeah, but those are only for those flat tracking whatever. And I'm like, so. He's like, yeah, well, you're only supposed to use those. I'm like, but bro, just slap the label that you bought over the area where they scan it, and fuck it, you know what I mean? Like, let's keep it moving. And he just didn't, like, he's a very honest guy, so to him it was like we were bending the rules too much, you know what I mean?
You gotta bend just a little bit.
Yeah. He's just like, that's not right. We can't do that. I was just like, oh god. Now it's just gonna cost me more in shipping, darn it. So I'm gonna go back to him and be like, come on, bro, like, we're not the only ones doing this. Like, these other guys are doing it. It should be good, because it's a good feature. But I also think UPS has I'm gonna call them on Tuesday, but I think they also have like a service where you can order their packaging and they'll send it to you, like, free of charge.
I used to ship a ton of UPS through work, and our packaging was free, but I don't know if that's just because of the level we did, or if that's we would receive skin biopsies like thousands a day. So, but I didn't know if theirs was always free or not.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check them out, and I'm gonna check UPS too, because I mean, I don't know, we do spend quite a bit of shipping.
The problem with UPS though is they don't have a good small box.
No.
Because their smallest box is a pretty big rectangle.
I didn't know that.
It's bigger than a phone book, It's tall. It might be kind of thin, but they don't have a one that's not tall, or at least one way tall.
Mm-hmm. No, I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to check it out and see.
And they have soft packs, but their soft packs are kind of. I mean, you can put little things in the soft pack, that'd be fine. But they're also kind of big. They don't. Which is fine, I guess, if you had a small package inside. I don't know. It depends on what size you're shipping, but if you're shipping small, you don't.
Yeah, we ship various sizes. I think the smallest size is the 2 ounce. You know what I mean? And so when we put it in a box, our smallest box is 6x4x4. So it's 6 wide, 4 inches long, or 6 inches long, 4 inches wide, and 4 inches high. And that usually will fit up to 2 or 3 packages of 2 ounces. And then we move up to a 6x4, 6x6x4, and then we have a 6x6x6, and then we have an 8x8x8, And then there's another box we use to put the 1 pounds in. That's the 12 by 6 by 6 or the 12 by 3 by 3. I have like so many different box sizes. You know what I mean? And then you get into the larger sizes when we're shipping 50 pounds and 100 pounds orders. It's like the boxes are like 18 by 18 by 18, I think. So I don't know.
I think UPS, if they have what they call their pad packs, that's a kind of bubble wrappy one.
Mm-hmm.
And their small one is still 12 inches tall. So 11, maybe 11.
Mm-hmm. That's not bad as long as the price is okay. Like to me,
well, if the price is free, yeah, there it is. So
the packaging is free, but is it? That's the thing I try to avoid is making sure that the box size that I get is appropriate for the package. Like I want to make it as the package volume is as small or as low as possible, so that we pay less on the shipping or we don't get overcharged on it. You know.
Another thing to look at with UPS, I know we used to, is I don't know if this applies to you guys where you're at, but we used to have a really big radius from Dayton that would, even though we were paying ground, it would arrive next day.
Mm-hmm.
Always. So we would look at the 1 day and the 2 day ring. You probably do that already. But
well,
we would pay ground, even though we were getting biopsies that needed to be next day. We would just pay the ground because they came next day.
Anyways, so
Yeah.
I've noticed that happening with our shipments in Canada, where it's kind of like, even the worst, the ground, it shows up next day, and so I've never. But most of the times, the people that they get the cheapest option of shipping that they can, and that's another reason why I'm thinking in the future I might adjust the prices and come out with something so that our shipping is included in the price or that you get free shipping over a certain price, because most of them I can tell like they don't want to pay the like there's a option to get tracking information and get it sent a little faster, and it's like by $2-3, and everybody always picks the lowest price. You know what I mean? They pick the lowest price shipping option, and then they complain when they don't get tracking information. When it kind of says on the thing that this option won't give you tracking information. That's typical of customers. You know what I mean? You could like put flags everywhere, red lights, signage. Don't do this. Don't go there. You know, and
And
they
then
will.
they probably email you and ask you where the tracking is.
That's exactly what happens. It's like, no, the option you bought, it comes no. That's what it says when you selected it. Like, I don't know. It's funny. The people are funny. Human behavior. I always like find human behavior really interesting to watch and see, and I've always been like somewhat of a person that studies that. Like I just sit and watch people move around, and especially if I'm at a party, like an event, I'll sit and just not talk to anybody and just watch people, because I like watching how they talk to each other, and you know what I mean, how the cliques get formed, and you know how some people are feeling left out and why, and it's interesting to watch a room. Like
I know, right?
Yeah.
You can literally like see like different things going on in like under 5 minutes and hear different stories. It's just so funny.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I am like that. But I'm like that because I used to DJ, so I like reading the crowd. I like analyzing the crowd and seeing. And I've always been in sales, so I've always been monitoring or aware of what triggers people, what gets people excited, or what turns them disinterested. Those kind of things. And yeah, so it's always interesting to see how humans are. I find that, and I know it sounds mean to say it, but I find that in the last couple of years, something has happened in society. I think through the programming of TV, or maybe it's just the internet and stuff, but it's almost like society has turned into this. I don't have time to figure it out myself. I need you to tell it to me, and I'll believe whatever you tell me.
Wow.
Am I wrong?
Or yeah, pretty much. People just don't really like to read nowadays.
No, they don't. There's certain people, like say us, like definitely guys. You're in the room. You're sort of information seekers. But for most people, they don't want to go through all this trouble to learn all this stuff and invest this time to do it. They're almost like, okay, well, just give me the Coles notes. You know what I mean? And I'm good with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
that's one of the things that I see with some of the new CMOS suppliers, that they just go on it, which is like I could get, but at least like do a lot of like further research. I know like Christine was saying that like when you do try to Google these things, you can't really find it. But still though, like if you want to provide something for someone like business wise, like you really do have to put in a lot of work to give them information.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I sent everybody an email.
I got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that was very nice of you, Yusuf. I appreciate that. Sharon.
I don't think I sent it to you though.
It's okay. Don't worry, I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't even know what it is.
You have so much. You guys have like back to back type of like information. Holy crap!
Like I sent it to you. I just didn't know what email to use.
I don't know. Whatever one you have. It all goes into.
Okay.
The best email to use is reachjulian@gmail.com. REACH Julien JULIEN @gmail.com. That's like my main email. All the emails that I have go into that email so that I can just access one email account.
Okay.
Yeah. Cha-cha-ching.
I have a question I was thinking about the Seamoss. I don't want to get you started if you're getting tired, but
No. Listen.
This is a simple question. What's the deal? I read somewhere, but I've forgotten a little bit. With putting bladderwrack in the Seamoss gel.
Huh?
I've seen more than one person put bladderwrack in their Seamoss gel.
Okay.
And I don't know what that's about.
So, do any of you guys want to go talk a little bit about bladderwrack or?
Bladderwrack is like a light diuretic. It's if you fasting, I guess, but that's the only thing I know about it. Like it's a real like laxative.
Mm-hmm.
Why in the world would it be in the Seamoss gel then? That's interesting.
They may be detox, and most people put it in there, I guess, just cause. Yeah, I know Dr. Sabi said that bladderwrack and Seamoss are a very powerful combination, and I think so too because he also said it gives you a complete 102 minerals.
Mm-hmm.
But we all know everybody likes proof, you know what I'm saying? But that's just one of the things I actually love bladderwrack and Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
It makes a difference.
Yeah. I feel like I need to do some more research on this 10292 mineral thing because for a while I was kind of like wondering, like I don't know if you guys saw that article that I found where it showed there's only 60 minerals and trace elements in the body or something like that, and so that's kind of like where I was kind of seeing or thinking that's where it's heading. Like there's no 92 minerals. And then today I was reading up on moringa, and in the moringa they were talking about how they had something like 92 nutrients and minerals, and then it also had something like 46 what's the word, antioxidants and stuff like that. And so I'm like, okay, and they listed like a lot of these 92 nutrients. You know what I mean? So I want to go back and sort of see. They didn't show any verifiable source to show where they got the information to get this list of nutrients, but I want to almost go through each number in the list to see what is said about that particular nutrient or mineral or whatever. You know what I mean? Because they could just be making up names, and it doesn't mean when I research it, like it has nothing to do with what they're talking about.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is just different compounds, and it's not minerals because you can't consume mercury, and a lot of things on the periodic table is poison or synthetics, or radiation. So I don't think nobody wants to drink that.
No.
Yeah.
No, nobody got time for that. No.
Yeah, the bladderwrack has a lot of. It's high in iodine. It started becoming really popular because, well, from what I think, it's like inspiration from Dr. Stevie. So what I noticed after I got pregnant, right? I study, you know how like a lot of things just happen to our bodies as women, right? After getting pregnant. So, yeah. So I started to realize I have really good eyesight, like even in my family as well, right? So I started to realize that my vision was getting a little bit blurry, right? Especially when I'm like really tired. So I started adding the bladderwrack into the Seamoss, and honestly, I think like with 2 weeks, roughly around 2 weeks, maybe a little bit more than that, my vision started to get a little bit better, and I was just only adding it in smoothies, and it is good for eye health. It's been said that it's good for eye health.
Man, that's good to know. I've got eye problems like you wouldn't believe with this autoimmune. So thanks.
I got you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how something like bladderwrack might help with your immune thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I will look into that. I noticed it just in a few places and to be talked about with Seamoss, and this is more than I knew. So thank you guys.
No, this is what we do this group for. You know what I mean? Plus, it's fun to get together and just talk about CMOS. You know what I mean? With like minded people and stuff. You know, and not all the time do we talk about CMOS. Sometimes we talk about like I've talked about Klaviyo, like scaling using customer relationship managers, or how we earlier talked about shipping and saving on pirate ship, which is huge for a lot of people. And then what we talked about my breathing today, the breath work, so it's all kinds of conversation. You never know what's going to happen on Let's Talk about CMOS with Julien and Fran.
Right. We've been out there.
Yeah.
Especially when it gets late at night when no one's.
Pardon?
Yeah.
Sorry, what'd you say, Sean, again?
I said, especially when it gets late at night, we just might talk about anything that pops in our head.
That's true. Well, just last time we talked about so much different stuff on that day. We were up to like 5 a.m. Jeez. And it was like, and that's the thing, when the conversation's flowing like that and you're talking just about random things and everybody's contributing, it's like you look at the clock and it's like, wow, like where did the time go? You know?
Right.
But I got a busy day tomorrow. I have so many orders to like fulfill. I don't even want to look at my order screen and be like, oh, but
Yep.
actually
I
even,
can't wait when I'm there.
pardon?
No, I was just saying I can't wait until I'm there.
Yeah. Well, you know what? There's nothing stopping you guys. You know what I mean? It really comes down to the time and the energy that you're putting into it. And I mean, doing what you're doing now to me is part of that. You know what I mean? It's the learning, it's the experience. It's even you guys being comfortable talking on these TikToks and these Clubhouse and stuff, that when it comes time to do your own sort of platform or your own thing, you'll have some experience or at least an understanding of what's expected. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
That's
so,
the lingo.
pardon?
I said, even just the lingo of just the communication.
Yeah, and just get the comfortability. Like the only reason why I'm comfortable doing these live streams is because the first 3 months or so we were in business, I was doing live streams every day in front of my house. And I think for the first like few weeks, I didn't even show my face. You know what I mean? It was like I sat down and held the computer, held the phone out to the sun, and I played some music. Sometimes I didn't even talk. You know what I mean? Because I was no one was watching, and I didn't know what to say. But then after a while, you get over that. You get over that comfortability. You know what I mean? And it's just like with me, when I was telling you about when I was diving into the pool and how the water was cold at first, and then after a while, you know what I mean, the water. I learned how to adjust my body temperature to the water so it was comfortable. And so the market's there, the money's there, the business is there. You just gotta create your plan of how you want to do it and just go execute it. You know what I mean?
Marketing.
Oh yeah, marketing is huge. You know what I mean? But even sometimes it's just like coming up with a plan, and sometimes you don't even need to do like marketing. um One idea that comes to my head is, you go to a farmer's market and set out in the parking lot. You know what I mean? Like, say you don't want to pay for
Right.
the farmer's market, have a little, like, rolly stand or something like that with some flyers and a card. You know what I mean?
Right.
And just hand things out.
That's
Do
good, yeah.
huh?
I'm out here.
Yeah,
I'm really out here.
that's it.
Neighborhood to neighborhood, to Walmart to Walmart.
Well, I told you guys the idea I had about doing it at the Caribbean concerts, where I just sell the Seamoss drinks and slang that, with the sign and advertising. It's like boom, you just go where people are. You know what I mean? Even just go to a mall and set up a table and do like a Seamoss challenge, and tell me which Seamoss you like best. They're all your Seamoss. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna pick one, and then you have the person, videotaping. You videotape the reactions at the same time. Boom, bam. You know what I mean? There's some content. You throw it on your thing. Plus, you're meeting new people. Another thing is, I wonder how many. I mean, I could be wrong, but I wonder how many people are really spending a huge amount of time in their relationships with their current customers. Like, how often do they call them up just to see how they're doing? Do they send them regular messages to kind of keep them engaged and stuff? Even me, I feel like I'm, how do I put it, I could do better on my customer relationships, what I mean, or my follow up. There's people that I have good relationships with, but I'm sure there's lots of people that are slipping through the cracks. And you keeping in touch with them, it literally means the difference between you keeping the sale or keeping their business or not. Because I know one situation I ran into where this guy was buying CMOS off someone that I sell CMOS to, right? And he reached out to me to buy CMOS, right? He's like, "Oh, hey, do you're selling? How much is your 5 pounds of CMOS, right?" So I gave him my price. Oh, that's a good price. I normally pay 170. So I'm like, okay, I wonder who he's getting it from. So I look up and his profile, and I see, who he's bought the CMOS from, which happens to be someone I sell the CMOS to. So I asked them a little story about, like, why are you happy? Like, like, what's going on? Like, why are you looking, and he was looking for a better price, right? Basically, he wants to grow the business. He's doing the better price. And then, so I was asking him, how much is he buying? He was buying these 5 pounds 2 to 3 times a month. So in a sense, he was he's selling about 15 pounds in a month. So I said to him, like, look, I'm going to level with you. The person that you buy the CMOS from, I'm friends with them, and I know them enough that if you should just go back to them and tell them you want a better price, and let them know that show them that you're buying 15 pounds and ask them to give you a rate of 15 pounds, and buy that once a month, than buying the three. You know what I'm saying? So I was able to get him to go back to her, right? But really, had she kept in touch with him, you know what I mean, and sort of communicated with him to see how things are doing, it might have created an opportunity for which he could openly say to her, "Hey, I need a better price." Because sometimes these guys are afraid to call you up and say, "Hey, I want a better price." You know what I mean? It's different if you call them to say, "How you doing?" You know what I mean? Is everything happy? Are you happy? Well, actually, I was thinking the other day, the price is a little steep, and I want to expand, and you know what? You know what I'm saying? That never conversation would never happen if she doesn't call them, and that's why I know I made it a long way about saying it, but that's why I think it's important that we spend more time nurturing the people that have bought CMOS from us on a regular basis. Yeah, I think I talk too much when I get tired.
That's how my wife is. She go to singing like this. I know she's sleeping.
But do you guys have any thoughts on that, or what do you guys think?
I definitely have to step my game up with that.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I've been talking about, I don't know if I mentioned it to you, Maria, but I'm going to put together like a female mastermind group to which I have, like, you're on the list. I have like about, I was going to start it with about just under 10 ladies, and sort of meet with them once every 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and just kind of go through everybody's problems and seeing how we could work together to kind of like, solve certain expenses, and then also just motivate each other and come up with some ideas on how to sell the CMOS in different ways, in a sense like stepping up your game. But sometimes it's even just a matter of you going on Instagram and just you know sending a bunch of people messages asking them for business. you know Too many people are afraid to ask for business, and that's the best way to get business, is to ask for it. Right, when I sell real estate in Toronto, that's how I get majority of my leads. I literally call people up and say, "Hey, would you like to sell your house? Yes. Okay. No. Okay." You know what I mean? And that's it. I ask them that kind of question. "Hey, how you doing? I'm just calling people in the area to see if they're looking to sell their house." "No, you're not." "Okay, thanks. I'll call you later." And then boom, next guy. Boom, next guy. You know what I mean? You get rejected maybe 200 times, but on the 203rd time, the person's going to say, "Well, actually, I was thinking about selling my house. It's a good thing you call. When can you come over?" You know what I mean? And so that's like, when I sell that house, that's $30,000 in profit for me. So to me, it's like, yeah, I have no problem spending 3 hours a day getting rejected to get that one person who's going to give me $30,000. And that's kind of like how you got to look at it. You know what I mean? You got to push through all these shitty bullshit, right? Of people you know what I mean, that aren't going to buy it, to find the ones that are going to. But when you find them, that's money. That's your work. That's literally your job, is to go out and ask people to buy CMOS. If you made that your job and that was your goal, you would get like a huge amount of sales.
I can tell you firsthand, it is hard to get the courage, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you're just not at your perfect self. Like, sometimes you'll get that motivation, you'll be on a good road, but then it dies down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's happened to me.
Yeah, yeah. It sucks. Trust me. It does. Then I just remember the sale. Like, it's easy for selling real estate because I just think, okay, all I need is one of these guys to say yes, and that's enough money for 2-3 months. You know what I mean? So, but I've noticed this, that with the sales in this business, what happens is you don't see immediate results. So it's almost like you have to lay the groundwork today to see your sales 2 months from now increase.
Right, you're right about that.
Yeah. And I think some of the best ways to go out there and like get new clients for free, or new people that are looking to buy your CMOS, is to just reach out to them directly and say, "Hey, how's it going? This is my business. Check me out. I'd like to sell you some CMOS, or I'd like to, see if you'd like to try my products." let me know what you think. And they're either interested or they're not. Yeah. And that's okay if they're not interested, because they're doing you a favor by letting you know that they're not interested. That way you can move on to the next. Like, what you don't want to do is be chasing the sale, trying to convince people to buy the Seamoss when they don't want the Seamoss. They don't want the Seamoss, move on.
Right.
Yeah. Don't waste your time. If they're curious about it and they're asking questions, that's fine. But the second they go, oh, I don't know, because like in sales, they're always telling you, oh, always be closing and always, what I mean, don't give up. And they might say yes and no. I feel like in this business, the way the market is now, it's more of a numbers game, and it's almost like you'll spend too much time on people that aren't interested, when you should be just focusing on the people that are interested. Find where they are at and just, get right in there. Yeah. And that's my 2-minute marketing tip. I hope that you found some value out of that.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, for sure. Every time I come over here, it's such a nice reminder to just, because sometimes we get so busy and then, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It happens. You know what I mean? It's life. You know what I mean? So, but it's good that you guys are here. You know what I mean? And that you have an interest. You know what I mean? Where some people, they want a business, they want the um, all the frills and the benefits, but they're not willing to put the groundwork in to get that. And I think that is some of the mistakes that, like, people don't understand. I don't know how to put it in a way. It's like, for me, because I believe in God, it's like God is not going to give you something that you're not ready for. And if you're not ready to put in the work and the time that's necessary to build the business, you're not going to get the sales to do it. So it's almost like you have to show that you're willing to do the work, even almost like without seeing any results. And then that's why a lot of times, like, you're plugging away, plugging away, plugging away, plugging away, and you think you're never going to make it. And then it's at that point, just a little bit beyond that, that's when God will say, okay, you're ready now. Like,
right.
Yeah.
That's what I learned too. It's almost right at that breaking point where you just about to give up.
Yeah.
Sorry, get excited about this.
No, see, this is why this space is like awesome, because some of us like go through that, and like other people that aren't really doing, let's just say, like, I'm not trying to like bash on them, right? Because the 9 to 5 is good, but they don't really understand like what like we tend to go through as well, actually.
Oh, it's scary running your own business, and it's so much easier to get a 9 to 5 check and everything like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's
set, it's schedule, it's like routine, like you already know.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, I recommend everybody, if they can, is to read a book called Think and Grow Rich, which is, like, for me, it's basically the foundation of all my motivation. It's the foundation of all my ability to manifest. It's the foundation of everything. And pretty much every sort of self-help guru, or even Tony Robbins and stuff, when you look at the stuff that he's teaching and you compare it to the the book Think and Grow Rich, it's like the Think and Grow Rich is like the standard. They're the ones that, like, they're like the original self-help stuff. And if you follow all the lessons in that book to the T, you can't fail, guaranteed. You know what I mean? And if you did, like, show me, and I'll look at you, and I'll say, okay, this is where you weren't, applying yourself right, because all the stuff is deeply rooted in like the Bible, and what I believe that God has given us in order for us to be the masters of our domain on this planet. There's a lot of power that we have that we don't even understand how to use or utilize. And so
I agree with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that Think and Grow Rich book has a lot of secrets. It's almost like they repurposed it in a way so that you don't see the actual message. Because if you did, a lot of religious people or a lot of people that are against God and stuff would be against that book, you know. But on the surface, it looks like it's like a regular business book, but there's a lot of universal lessons in there that I think everybody, you know, if they follow, whether they believe in God or not, they follow those rules, they're going to do well in life. Yeah. So
Yeah, I didn't know that.
yeah, yeah. Read the Think and Grow Rich. It's an awesome book. You know, one of the things that they in the first story, that chapters they talk about being shy 3 feet from gold, and it tells the story about how these guys were mining in a mine, and they were finding the gold, and all of a sudden the gold was gone, and they started digging, and they gave up. And they said that like it was like at that point where they were just about to find the gold that they gave up. And so they sold the materials to some junk man, and the junk man, you know what I mean, went and hired some help to kind of explain why he wasn't doing something, you know what I mean, like why they weren't getting the gold. And the guy was like, oh yeah, if they just moved the drill bit 5 feet over or 3 feet over, they would have picked up the vein and done. And so the moral of the story is about, you know, you got to make sure that you don't stop 3 feet short of gold. And so for me, like it's always at that point where everybody's like, oh, give up, that I'm like, okay, let me just try another few more times and see what happens. And then that's usually when I get the breakthrough, and that and happens. Yeah.
Like that.
Mm-hmm. And so it's all these kinds of stuff, lessons in there, like understanding how to create a good story, understanding how to present yourself, and stuff like that. It's an awesome. Has anybody read the book? Like, or was it just me that's read it? Think and Grow Rich. I'm talking about.
I heard you talk about it before. I haven't gotten into it yet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean it's powerful. I got, those are gems that you should take with you and pass it down to whoever don't want to get the information. Yep.
Mm-hmm. That was a book. I read that book when I was like 12 years old, and I'll never forget.
Years old?
Yeah. I used to be like a super like nerdy kid. Like, you want to hear something funny? So you ever remember that show Family? Is it Family Ties?
Yeah.
I used to dream of being the black Alex P. Keaton. You know, Michael J. Fox. So I used to walk around with like ties on and shit like that in grade 6. Yeah, and I'll never forget. I went to the school called Q Beach, and I was in grade 5, and I went to them, and I wanted to. I think I was like the first kid that came up with a bake sale idea, because I was all about making money for myself. Because my mom was a single mom, and she didn't have a lot of money, and she was kind of like one of those people who was like, I don't have the money to buy this. You want it? Figure out how to get the money, and you can have it. So I was always like trying to figure out ways to make money. And so one of them was to go to the school and say, like, I want to set up a stand. I want to bake my own baked cookies and stuff, and I want to set up a stand and sell them at the school. And so they were like, "Oh, that's an amazing idea, Julian. Oh, that's great, but I'm really sorry, but we can't make it happen." And I'm like, "What do you mean? Why not? And you said it was a great idea." They're like, "Oh, well, it wouldn't be fair to all the other kids." You know what I mean? And I'm like, "Well, none of the other kids are interested in doing this. Like, what are you talking about?" You know what I mean? Like, how many kids are coming up to you asking you for what I'm doing, right? No one. So they were like, "No, sorry, we can't do it." And I had my mom involved, everything that came to do this, right? About 2 weeks later, we get a letter sent home with us asking the parents to make baked goods and cookies and stuff like that so that they can bring it to the school and sell it. And they made the money and kept it for themselves so that they could buy books. And I was so pissed because it was like they literally took my idea and 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 cut me out of it and made money. And I boycotted all their baked goods. I wouldn't go to the bake sale at school. So that was kind of like the kid I was. And yeah, I used to read a lot of books and stuff. And so that was one of the books that it really inspired. That and my first trip to St. Lucia is what inspired me to say I want to be like I want to own my own business. I don't want to work for anybody else. Because when I saw how the St. Lucian people at 10 years old, how these people were working and making a living, and they had their own like business with the store, and like I never saw any of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like imagine you live in a country. Well, you guys all know we live in North America. Everybody has a job. They go work for someone else, and then you go to this country, and everybody works for themselves. No one works for someone else. Do you know what I mean? So it just literally like blew my mind. Like I was just kind of like, "What? This is possible? You can, work when you want to work and da 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 da." Yeah. And so that's what inspired me to be um, an entrepreneur. And since then, I think since I've been 20, I haven't really worked a job for someone else, unless I had to make money to start a business or something that I wanted to do. That's the only time I would work for someone, just to get to the next step.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I love hearing that. I love it.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's not something I share with a lot of people.
No, it's pretty new. Like me and Yusuf, we're usually here, especially on Instagram.
Mm-hmm. No, I miss you guys, man. Like there was a time we were doing it. Like how often we were doing it? Like almost every day.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, there was a lot of times we were doing that.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, every day.
Yeah, and I miss Kevin. I feel like calling him up and just even though he's probably mad at me or whatever, I'll just squash it and be like, "Come on, Kev."
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would too. Whatever,
You don't know Kevin. Kevin would be nice to me, but still talk shit behind my back.
No, he was doing the same with me too. But that's a conversation another time.
Yeah, like do you know how many times people would come to me and be like, Kevin's saying shit about Seamoss. You know what I mean? Saying Lucia Seamoss. And he cuts you up and says this, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. Fuck Kevin. I love that guy. Yeah, you know what I mean? So, and I get it. Like he's come from a tough life. You know what I mean? These guys killed his brother.
Yeah, he had a tough.
Yeah.
He had a tough year.
Yeah, random gunman shoot out his brother. Like to me, it's like I get it. You know what I mean? And I was saying this to someone the other day. Once you know someone's true heart, doesn't matter what they fucking say. Doesn't matter what they do. To me, at least to me. So I know Kevin's true heart. I know who he is. I've already accepted him as a guy who will say shit. You know what I mean? Because he's so proud of his own product. Like even the experience we had when we first met, he was talking shit to me about my Seamoss, asking me to put him on and get him business.
That's how he did it, eh?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, yo, man, why your Seamoss isn't all the best? Why is it, why can't you share some of the sales? This, I'm just like, what? Like, my Seamoss is not the best, and you want me to share business with you? What are you talking? But that's him, and so, yeah, I did. It didn't sit well with me when we kind of, fell off, but at the same time, you know what I mean? I have to stand up for myself in the sense that I'm not going to let someone accuse me of something and say that I did it. If like I'm the kind of guy, if you said you did this, yeah, I did this. You know what I mean? I'm not going to tell you I didn't do it when I did it.
Yeah.
That's I don't know. I like the way I was growing up. You know what I mean? The environment is you know what I mean. You stand up like a man. You know what I mean? Like if I ripped you off, I ripped you off. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be like, no, I didn't rip you off. You know what I mean? Like, no, You got ripped off. What are you gonna do? You know what I mean? That's if I did it, right? That's what I would be like. You know what I mean? But I'm like, I didn't do it. I wouldn't do it. So to me, it's like you can't, accuse me of that. Anyways. Hopefully Kevin will see this live stream and he'll reach out to me and be like, yo, fam,
I didn't know he was on here.
Huh?
I didn't know Kevin was on here.
I don't think he's on whatchamacallit. He's not on Clubhouse. Definitely not on Clubhouse.
Okay.
But on the Seamoss Buyers Club, he was on there. But, at the same time, I think I might reach out to him because I'm worried now. Like, what if something happened to him?
Look, man, I just talked to Kevin, man.
What? You just talked to Kevin?
Yeah,
Okay.
like last week.
Okay. Good. So he's probably just blocked me or something.
Your theory is right.
What?
Your theory is right.
Oh, yeah, that he's talking shit about me?
No, like he avoid you.
Oh, he's avoiding me. Yeah, I know he is. Oh, dude, I ripped into him because he was just going on and accusing me, and I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm not gonna let you talk to me like this. And then I just went and told everybody the truth. You know what I mean? This is what happened. This is how it happened. And he's mad at me because his herbs were this, and you know what I mean. He didn't get what he expected to be his full value of it. But don't send garbage and expect, you know what I mean, top dollar. That's it. It's not my fault. You know what I mean? I was just the messenger. I was just the guy, I know you're laughing because you're hearing my side of the story after talking to him.
All the anger on his side.
But, that guy is like my brother. At the end of the day, you know how much business I fucking sent that guy? You know how many times I vouched for that guy and said yes? Like, I would call people up and say, yeah, call this guy and buy herbs
Yusuf
off.
was one of them.
Huh? No, I'm saying Yusuf would, like, I used to send him so much business. Like, for him to say anything negative about me, to even accuse me of taking from him, it's just like, are you serious, guy? Like, do you understand? Like, I'm you know how much food I've been giving you? Why would I take from you after I'm doing so much to help you? Like, how did I gain from that? Do you know what I mean? Like, why would I do that?
He didn't say anything bad, though.
No.
He didn't want to say anything, but your theory is right. He is avoiding you.
Yeah. Well, whatever. I love him. I still love him. Do you know what I mean? So I ain't mad. That's family, Like I said, I know his heart. And I accept him for who he is. You remember when we showed him that video and said he looked like Little Nas? Oh my god, that was so funny. Yeah.
He didn't know who he was.
So we had to show him a picture. And he was like, no, guy, no, fam, no, man. Because because he was wearing a hat on one of the live streams.
The hat, the cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, those were jokes. That was good times, man. Good times.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm just gonna say goodnight because I'm going to bed. I got these two kids that are gonna wake me up in no time.
Yes,
No,
yeah. And don't worry, Christine, we're gonna start wrapping it up too because I gotta go to bed.
Okay. I'm glad to meet you all. Maria, you're in Ontario, is that right?
Yeah, I am.
I saw that on your Instagram. I'm from Rochester, New York originally, so up that way. But
okay.
Oh yeah. Wow, you're not far.
Being from New York, anytime I met somebody from New York City, if I said I was from New York, they'd look at me like, "You're from Canada. You're not from New York City," Because,
oh wow, that's interesting. I never heard that before.
Well, they don't say that. That's kind of not really, but it's not New York City. I was closer to.
Yeah, the border. Yeah. I know what you mean. Like they look at you like you're near Canada.
I started selling in Manhattan for a while got sick. When I would go up there, I'd fly from Ohio up there all the time, and every time I say, "Oh, I'm from New York," I learned real quick that I don't say I'm from New York, but I was from Rochester. Doesn't do well for sales. And say I'm from Ohio and shut up.
Yeah, keep it simple.
But thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you for joining us. And if you can make it next time, that'd be great.
I'll look for you.
Okay, cool.
And I'll probably reach out to you with some questions. So I appreciate all the information. I'll talk to you guys later. Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year to you too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. So someone just had a question on when do I usually come on. So lately we've been doing this show Sundays and Wednesdays after 9:30. I'll try to start as early as 9:30 as possible, but sometimes it might start 10 o'clock. But it always goes like at least 2-3 hours. Like, look, we're on 4.5 hours right now talking.
How long y'all been on live?
How long we've been doing the live? Yeah, 4.5 hours. So I started at 9:30. Yeah. And I mean, if anybody in the bottom here, like Deborah or is it Kia? I don't know, QIA or QIA. If any of you guys want to come up and talk and ask some questions about Seamoss before we kind of wrap it up, then you're more than welcome to do it. If you're wondering what the link is on the top, that's the link to the YouTube page where I stream this show. And yeah. Anything you guys want to talk about before we go? I think I'm going to end it. I'm getting kind of tired. And I know if we don't, it's going to be like 4 o'clock in no time.
Yes, I usually go, so
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, what do you think we should talk about on Wednesday if you guys come out?
I'll probably be back on the road by then.
Oh, yeah? Oh, boo.
Yeah, you should still do it.
Well, I'll figure out something on my own then. Don't worry about it. Maybe we'll do a reunion show and bring Kevin on. I'll have him on for next week.
Oh, that one would be. Yes.
Definitely gonna be that.
You're not going to miss that episode, right? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, he's probably has some stuff to say to me. All right. Well, with that being said, let's close out the room and the night. Thank you so much, all you guys, for joining me. It was great seeing you again, Yusuf, Maria. Always a pleasure. Todd, you know what I mean. It was great seeing you guys. Reginald, welcome to the group. I know you're the kind of like the new guy here. You didn't speak. Actually, you didn't even talk at all. Did he talk? Do you want to ask any questions, Reginald, before we go? Huh?
Yeah, I bet.
You just sit back being quiet on everything.
Yeah, always the quiet ones.
Yeah.
Well, you got to watch it when these guys are calling themselves Moss Up, Boss Up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just listening, just soaking it up. Hey, Julien, you
What?
you shipped the orders out yet?
You know what? Yes, but let me check and see if your orders got shipped out. I think it did.
I'm trying to see if it's gonna be here before I leave.
It should come soon. It's fulfilled. It's going on UPS. And let's see what it's saying here. Where is it at?
Those PDFs I sent.
Yeah, so I don't.
It had a lot of information.
Hmm?
No,
I'll send the PDFs an email to everybody. They have a lot of information.
The check.
Books, case studies.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to read and check out.
It might slow down my computer. You're trying to say, right?
The Seamoss boss. I don't think I sent any of that.
Yeah, I didn't know what you was talking about, man. I knew you said something. I don't got no WhatsApp. I do got WhatsApp, but I'm not too familiar with it.
Oh, I can send them to your email. It's just a whole bunch of information and how to form Seamoss, the culture, and different case studies.
All right, I'm finna send that to you right now.
All right.
Yeah, so it's shipped. UPS has it, but they haven't updated when it's gonna show up. So I think it might show up this week, maybe like Wednesday or Thursday.
Let me see. Yeah, probably be gone. I might not be gone. I might still stay here and wait.
But you can sign it though, no? Can't you sign it online?
I don't know.
I've seen situations where you can redirect it. You mean, is that what you're talking about, Maria?
Well, I'm not
tracking.
Oh yeah, the tracking you should be able to follow and see where it is, but the issue is I just tracked the tracking information and they haven't updated it. So it's like
I have problems with UPS and the postal service.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they never deliver when they say they're gonna deliver to me.
Well,
no one's gonna be home.
Yeah. Someone will be here, but most of the time, hold it. I don't know why they do it to my stuff. They may think it's like some terrorist shit.
They might hold it because like you're not, no one's like physically there to like.
No, my name.
Okay, if you want to put it that way.
No, seriously, they only do it to me. They say they deliver it, and it'll be 2 days, and then they'll bring it. What they done? Open them and stuff?
Right, they will, man.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's probably like the way your name's spelled too. You know what I mean? Like that's the more Muslim way of spelling it or something.
Look, man, and them people used to take my products and pull it out. They did it to all my stuff came from the Bahamas. They broke some of them. They opened them, tore them out, and then tried to charge me. So it can leave customs.
Wow. Yeah, right? USPS?
All of them.
Literally.
All it takes is one fucking fucked up guy in whatever department who's got his own agenda in his mind.
Yep,
and
that guy go again. That's his packages. Let's get him.
Yep. It's like, we're the last line of defense into this country. We have to stop this. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of people go on about the cops, but if you ever watch how cops are trained, it's almost like, how do you expect these guys not to act the way that they act? You know what I mean? It's the fucking training that these guys do. Who's monitoring the training to make sure that these guys are being trained properly and not, put in, like, imagine you every day you're about to step out on your job, someone says, "Hey, be careful, this might be your last. You might get shot today." Which, from what I understand, that's almost every time they go out, they get reminded about how dangerous their job is and stuff like that. You start freaking out. You know what I mean?
Their mental health,
Yeah, dude, I'd start panicking the moment I felt my life was threatened, because the message constantly being bombarded in your mind all the time is going to come to surface instantly. Here's the time they told they said this was going to happen. Now it's happening. What do I do? Pop, pop, pop. They shoot first, ask questions later.
But that's crazy though, like being like melanated, like you don't even have to be like a police officer. This is so off topic, but you don't even need to be a police officer to really like. You can just be a normal person, you know, kind of live, and that can still happen too.
Yeah, it happens to a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, look at the like in Toronto, a guy got Manny something. He got shot, and he was like on a train, like the cop shot him, and he was on the subway train holding a knife. Like the how do I say it? The cop wasn't in any sort of life threatening position at all. You know what I mean? But he just kind of like snapped and shot the trigger. You know what I mean? And killed the kid.
Sorry, when did that happen? This year?
No, it was years ago. Like at
years
least
ago? Okay.
at least 6-7 years ago or something like that. It was like Manny something, and it was like a big ordeal because it came into question about like the fact that like he kind of just like did this quick reaction based on the fear, and that there wasn't any real threat to the cop, and so why would the cop go and shoot this kid? You know what I mean? And it was like a teenage kid with mental issues. You know what I mean? And so they're kind of like, these cops are not trained to deal with these people with their mental stuff. They're trained to eliminate threats. The guy was a threat, so they eliminated him, kind of thing. So it's supposed to change a lot of the it's supposed to cause a lot of changes to happen in the way the cops were trained in Ontario, and that they put more of these like mental people or whatever,
But
like
It might not be the train. It may just be the people. Because you can shoot somebody because they're holding
America's
an umbrella.
so
Something wrong
different.
with you.
Oh man, yeah, it's intense down there.
So sorry, you're saying it might not be the train, it might be the what?
It's not the training. It's just the people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you have common sense. Like common sense. Well, common sense isn't common, so I don't know.
Not like it used to be. Common sense used to be real. You know what changed a lot? I was saying this to someone else. Like back in the days, you had to watch what you said and watch what you did, because if you didn't, someone would come and punch you in the face.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? No one's punching anybody in the face nowadays. And so these guys just say whatever they want, whenever they, Yeah. Because a couple times I said to people, it's like, you know what? I wonder how smart you'd be if I just punched you in the face right now. Like, if you knew you were going to get a shot in the face, would you be saying that shit to me? The fuck? Because I know that was for me. It was like, I mind my mouth and my business and stuff, because it was like, I saw a couple kids get punched out. It was not for me. Yeah, yeah. Pardon?
So you learn real quick.
That's what I'm saying. You one shot in the face, and that's it. You smarten up quick. Like, geez. I remember my mom. I called her name one time, and she picked up like a liquor bottle, boom, across my head, and that was it. Like, never did I ever disrespect my mom ever again. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it was like the first and only time I ever called her a name. Like, ever again. And it was like yeah, it was like instantaneous. Like, yeah, you look at the pow. What? It was like, oh, it's just stars.
Knock the taste out.
Yeah, literally. And I had to be like 14, I think, or something, because that was when I was, you're trying to like, you're in high school now. You know what I mean? You're trying to show off that you got, you're a big man now. Yeah, she put me in check real quick.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, mom deuce. Okay.
You remember those licks too?
Yeah, I remind my kids about those. I tell them how lucky they are that they, have never had to deal with any of that stuff. I remember my brother when he would get no when he knew he was going to get in trouble, he would go and put a book down his pants.
Right.
And like what amazes me looking back is like the amount of times my mom never clued in that he had a book in his pants. But I remember one time I think I got mad and I told her, like, yeah, he's got a fucking bed. She pulled him out and started beating him with the book. Oh shit. Those were the days, you know what I mean? Oh my gosh. When you could get away with those things. Actually, I shouldn't even be telling those kind of stories because, like, my mom works for Children's Aid now. If they ever heard some of the stories, like how she treated her kids, they'd be like, "What?" You know how controversy is nowadays, like where they'll find some, like it's like Trudeau doing blackface or something like that. You know what I mean? Oh man. But all right, guys, I'm gonna end it soon because I feel it like I'm gonna keep talking if I don't. So again, thanks guys for joining me tonight, and I'm gonna get some rest, and I can't wait till Wednesday comes so we can keep the conversation going. I'm gonna think of some cool topics to talk about for next week, or next Wednesday. We'll see. And if you guys have anything, just shoot me a message and we can work it into the conversation. And with that, I'm going to sign off and say bye to everybody. And thank you.
Good resting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good night, y'all.
All right. Good night, everybody. I'm going to close out the room here. And the room. Whew. And thank you guys for coming on and watching it. We had a lot of people in the clubhouse today. There's like at least, actually, I think you can look back and see like how many people were in the room the whole time or something like that. So it was what we had a total of like I think over 9 people in the room. Even Candy was there. Actual conversation. Get it on the video here. Oh, and that's the actually no, that's the old episode. That's the 26th. So maybe you have to. Anyways, we'll figure it out. It doesn't tell me. So, but there was quite a bit of people in there, and it was great to see everybody contribute and share information. It was nice to meet that lady Christine, who I felt like, even though she was new to Seamoss, she had a lot of great ideas and views. And there was a few other people earlier with their businesses that they were talking, sharing. It was great, and this is why I do this and why I like doing it. Is because you never know what we're going to talk about. We're always talking about something, interesting or like learning, and everybody learns. Like I've learned stuff, and I think in future I'm going to take some notes down so I can just sort of recap the stuff that I learned that I didn't know that I learned in here, and so make sure everybody kind of, you know, gets takes full advantage of this opportunity to speak in a forum like this, because really there's not too many people that are doing it. There's people that are doing their own shows and stuff, but they're not doing it in this way where anybody can come and talk about Seamoss or stuff related to Seamoss, and whether they have an advanced question that's really complicated or a simple general question that everybody wants asked at one point or another. This space is here so that those questions can not only be asked but can also be answered. And so I'm very honored, and I really appreciate this having this platform, having you guys join me on this platform, because really it would just be me talking to myself without you guys. So, thank you everyone, for being a part of this, and let's see how we can grow this in 2022, and create more value for everybody, because this isn't for just me, it's for everyone. I started the group for everyone, and I'm going to try and do my best to keep it that way. So thank you again, and I look forward to seeing you guys on Wednesdays. Feel free to put some comments in the comments section, especially if you're on YouTube, and I'll go back and look at these comments and use it to help shape future shows. So your feedback and your questions are important to me, because it gives me an indication of where is best to go with this show and what we're doing here. So thank you again, and I'll talk to you guys on Wednesday. All right, take care, and don't forget to take your Seamoss.